Hello there, everybody. How y'all doing tonight? So, like I said, I mentioned in the announcement when I posted when I first started stream. I don't know why. But for the longest time, I thought the dot hack games were turn-based RPGs. I don't know where this thought came from. I don't know how I got this idea into my head, but it is one of those things that I very, very much genuinely believed. I wish I could tell you why, but for whatever reason, I used to think that the dot hack series of games were turn-based RPGs, and because of that, even though I was actually pretty into the dot hack animes, particularly Sign, which is, like I said, which is why it turns out I had that tune stuck in my head, by the way, because that's the song from, that's like the insert song from dot hack Sign. I've had that stuck in my head for years, for whatever, and I kind of, like I said, I was never like deep into dot hack, but I enjoyed dot hack. I enjoyed the dot hack animes, and I knew people who liked the games. But for whatever reason, I never played the games until recently, because I thought they were turn-based RPGs. I'll also say real quickly, the reason why I'm doing GU on stream, as rather than starting from the beginning with IMOQ with Infection, is because I'm playing IMOQ off stream and I'm already partway through Infection. In case you're wondering, that's the only reason why I'm starting with GU for the stuff on stream, so I'm kind of running them parallel. Which I know is probably not ideal, but whatever. Because I know that there's some level of interconnection between them, but but I also know I've also I've asked people, they're self-contained enough that you don't need to have played Infection, Mutation, Outbreak, Quarantine before starting GU. Like, you'll get some things from IMOQ if you've done IMOQ before GU, but it's fine. That's that's what I've seen. That's what I've heard, anyways. So that's kind of asked, but like I said, I'm already like partway through Infection, and so I'm just playing IMOQ on my own time, and then GU is gonna be the one for on stream. That's the plan, anyways. Also, because funny thing about GU, so I never watched it start to finish, but I did catch bits and snippets of GU Trilogy, and it's been a while, but I've seen most of Roots, and was recently also brought back up to speed on Sign thanks to Dorney, because she was showing it in her Discord. Like I said, that's how I found out that song that was stuck in my head is from dot hack Sign, by the way. That's how I was reminded of that. It's like, I've had this song stuck in my head. I don't know where it comes from. It turns out it's from dot hack Sign, which I had seen. Like I said, I had watched dot hack Sign when I was younger. I didn't watch it in order because I was trying, because it was on Toonami at the time. So I'm trying to catch that on TV. You're gonna miss episodes pretty much inevitably, so things get jumbled and out of order. Also, dot hack Sign is very slow paced. It's very good, don't get me wrong, but it's very slow paced. So I can see how, especially when I was, when did that come out? 2002? When was dot hack signing? It was 2001 or 2002. It was early 2000s. I just forget exactly which year. But the point is, that I definitely did not see dot hack sign in order. Yeah, 2002. It was 2002. So I would have been like 8 or 9 years old when that was running. And my attention span was bad. My attention span bad now. My attention span was almost certainly even worse back then. So it's actually kind of surprising that I was able to watch even a bit of Dot Hack Sign in hindsight. But something about it did catch my attention. And I think seeing it in that jumbled, out of order way probably helped a little bit with just keeping my interest. I'm not saying it was a good idea for actually watching Dot Hack Sign, because it's not, but for whatever reason, you know, it did kind of probably help me keep my interest at the time, because I skipped through a lot of the slower sections that I would have struggled to keep interest in when I was younger. But so now's the time going back and filling in those gaps that were left because I didn't see it in order at the time. And I gotta say though, I still want to know why the hell I thought the Dot Hack games were turn-based RPGs. Like, that is one of those weird mysteries that I would love to know what was going through my head that made me think these were turn-based RPGs. Like, the whole set, you know, Infection, you know, IMOQ, GU, for whatever reason, I could have sworn, if you had asked me about them, I'd be like, oh yeah, those are turn-based RPGs. I don't like turn-based RPGs. I still don't click with turn-based RPGs for the most part. There's some things like you saw with Time Stranger that help, but I generally have to be convinced to try a turn-based RPG for whatever reason. One of the big things is, of course, one of the big things I know helps is if there is a really interesting way of manipulating turn order. Whenever a turn, on the other hand, as opposed to, you know, like a turn-based RPG where it's like, no, we have already set what the turns will be, and you will wait your turn for when we say you can have your turn. As opposed to, like I said, no, my turn now. That I think is really the key thing, is being able to go, my turn now. Being able to really, really fuck with and manipulate turn order is one of the big things for me with turn-based RPGs that I know gets me more willing to try them. Is if I know I can do that, which actually, at some point, I need to go and play Final Fantasy X, because Witness of Destiny, he told me that the system in FF10 is really good for that. Like, you can absolutely twist turn order into a pretzel with just, you know, the sheer level of turn fuckery you can do in that game. And so, like I said, being able to do that kind of stuff is a big factor in whether or not I'm going to click with a turn-based RPG. It's a genre that I'm already kind of biased against. It's like, you can already hear from what I'm saying there. It is a genre that I am admittedly kind of prejudiced against, and, well, like I said, need to be convinced to try. For better or worse, I need to be convinced to try turn-based RPGs, and a lot of that, again, I think a lot of that comes from just, you know, ADHD thing, where it's just like, what do you mean I have to wait? It's literally, what do you mean I have to wait? I want to do it now. It's basically that, right? That's basically what it comes down to. But being able to be like, no, my turn. What do you mean? No, what do you mean? No, it's my turn. It's my turn. It's always my turn. No, I'm not going to wait. No. I'm taking your turn away from you. Being able to do that is a kind of a tonic against that, like, subconscious, what do you mean I have to wait voice? Oh, also, I haven't tried it yet. I haven't brewed it yet, but I bought some new coffee earlier today. What the hell is this? What the hell is this, Max? You sound like... Yes, exactly. Exactly that. It is precisely that. You say that as a joke, but 100% on God, for real serious. You are not wrong. That is my unconscious That is like subconsciously how I feel about turn-based RPGs. It's that, and also it's like, you know, if we're gonna be doing this, I might as well be playing a tabletop RPG because I would enjoy that more. That's the other part of it, right? Part is, what do you mean I have to wait? And the other part is, if I'm gonna do this, I'd rather just be playing a board game or a tabletop or a tabletop RPG. So like those are like the two things that are going on. But like I said, total change of subject. I bought new coffee today, and I haven't brewed it yet. But it smells incredible. It is, let's see. It is a natural process from Ethiopia that, like I said, it smells amazing. It smells fruity and bright, and I love this sort of coffee. These very light roast, natural process, kind of acidic, you know, bright acidic coffees. You cannot, no, these coffees are terrible with milk. Let's get that out of the way right now. These are terrible with milk, but I generally don't like to have milk with coffee. In fact, I often don't even like to have sugar with coffee. I do. I am one of those people. I genuinely like black coffee. I genuinely like black pour over coffee with ice and nothing else. No, iced pour over coffee is my go-to when it comes to coffee. Oh, I'm not shaming you for it, Mex. I'm not shaming you for it. I'm just saying that's my preference, is I generally prefer black iced coffee with no sugar in it, because I like the way coffee tastes. I really do, especially these like natural process light roast coffees that have just these like super bright, super bright flavors going on. The kind of stuff where, again, if I add anything to it, it's a bit of sugar to take the edge off of the bitterness. But if that's the case, that usually means I've brewed it wrong. But generally speaking, even if I add sugar to it, even if I add sugar to coffee, I tend to prefer not to add milk, because I don't like how milk in coffee kind of sticks inside my mouth, and I always feel like I need to rinse my mouth out afterwards. That's the main thing with me and coffee, with like milk and coffee, is I just feel like I need to rinse my mouth out afterwards because of how much it sticks in there, and it just feels like, ugh. I just feel like, ugh, at the afterwards. So that tends to be like the way I go. I will say though, I really do, and I do, one of the other things I will say I do really like, if it's available, I know it's like not every place has it, but if they have it, I do like oat milk in coffee, because it doesn't do that thing that a lot of, it doesn't give me that same feeling of, oh, I need to rinse my mouth out after drinking it the way that regular milk does. And also, because it's got that, sort of bready quality to it, if it is like a really sweet coffee drink, it kind of gives it almost like a pastry-ish quality that's quite nice. It gives like a pastry-ish quality that's actually kind of nice. So you'll have, it'll almost be like drinking. It's like, so coffee, something like more like a, not this sort of coffee, because this like this. So this coffee, I would drink black, but I have some other coffee as well right now that is washed process Mexico, that are like washed process beans from Mexico. Those are actually pretty good with milk, especially like I said, with like oat milk, which I don't have any right now because I never use it quickly enough and it always goes bad. Because I don't drink a lot of coffee, but whenever I do, I like to make nice coffee. But anyways. So I never have oat milk on hand because it always goes, I always drink like 2 cups of coffee and then it sits in the fridge forever and goes bad. But a good washed process, like medium-ish roast. That's the other thing. I don't like super dark roast coffees. I really don't like anything beyond like the beginning of dark roasts, any, like, you know, anything beyond that, I just be like, ugh, I don't like this. Like super dark roast coffees, I'm not a big fan of those. They are, you know, they start to taste burnt to me anyway. They start to taste burnt to me. And it's so, and that's when you need a shitload of milk and sugar to kind of frankly mask that burntness. That sort of like burnt flavor. That's why, like, you know, like Starbucks is, ugh, I don't like Starbucks. Just like taste wise, I don't like Starbucks because they make, and it's not just Starbucks. Starbucks is the obvious, but like, you know, that Seattle style coffee, I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of how until very recently, so much of like, good, you know, so much coffee was, you know, Seattle had so much influence in how coffee was roasted, ground, brewed, etc. that most places, even like smaller shops, that's how they did. They basically did it Seattle style, where they considered what would be considered a dark roast now was considered a medium roast until about 5 years ago. That was the thing. It's like what is considered a dark roast now until about 5 or so years ago was considered a medium roast. That should tell you everything about how coffee has changed in the past few years. And it's not like, oh, everyone was doing it that way, but because Seattle coffee culture by way of Starbucks had so much influence on people's taste in coffee, that was kind of how things were. That's kind of how things were, that coffee trended very dark, you know, coffee roast trended very dark. Espresso had sort of a halo effect. You know, people thought super dark roasts were, you know, people were drinking super dark roasts, or fairly dark roast, not super, you know, drinking fairly dark roast coffee. And there was this idea that espresso was the quote unquote best coffee. That, you know, oh, if you aren't drinking espresso, your coffee's not as good. It's not as good coffee. I mean, here's the thing. Espresso is a whole thing. Espresso is a whole genre of coffee, and you can do really, really cool things with espresso. But I'm really, really glad we have gotten out of that idea that espresso is like the best coffee, rather than simply being a way of making coffee. Because some coffee does not take well to espresso, whether it's how it was processed, how it was roasted, etc., etc. Some coffee beans don't work well in espresso. Also, espresso equipment is expensive. Like, even a relatively basic espresso setup, you're going to spend about $250. If you're into espresso, that's fine. But this idea that espresso was the best coffee meant that people were afraid of making their own coffee because of the upfront cost of espresso. But that's the really, really nice thing about pour over. Pour over is so much cheaper. Pour over is so much cheaper to get into. Because all you need to do pour over coffee is coffee, a decent grinder, some kind of thing to hold the filter, and a decent kettle. And you can get really bougie with all of that, but if you really, really want to get into good pour over coffee, you can do it for under $50. All the stuff you're gonna need: a decent grinder, you know, a half decent grinder, filters, a decent kettle, decent gooseneck kettle, because you're gonna want the better pouring control that a gooseneck kettle gives you, and, you know, a dripper. Yeah, you can get all that you can get all of that and have a good setup for under $50, and your coffee will improve, and the coffee you're drinking afterwards will be much better than the coffee you were making beforehand. Like under $50, you can set yourself up to basically make pretty damn good coffee if you're doing pour over. Which is why, like I said, which now that we've kind of gotten away from the idea that, like I said, that somehow espresso is the best coffee, you can do that now. Also, but on a completely different subject, but also something that I think about just because it has that vibe that I think, on this, not on the subject of coffee, but kind of on the vibe of something that has a similar vibe to nice coffee. This is a weird comparison I'm about to make here, by the way, and I'm gonna need you to follow me here. But I've been listening, so I told you before, I've been listening to Oysters Quadrata, which is a really nice ambient lounge album that I found like a month ago. I found that like a month ago. It was really good, and I've been really enjoying that. Somebody else I found recently that I've also been loving the sound of. So his name is Takuya Nakamura, and he does these sets of like jungle jazz. So he takes like jungle and drum and bass music and crosses that over with jazz trumpet. And it has this really strong Gran Turismo coffee break vibe. So this is why I say that's what makes me think of coffee. So at Gran Turismo, they have these little short things little short challenges called coffee breaks, where it's like drive through it's like driving through like a parking lot full of cones, reaching a finish line, and it's about how fast can you do that without hitting any of the cones. And not just the coffee, but the Gran Turismo soundtrack in general. The Takuya's jungle jazz sets have that vibe to them. They have that vibe they have that Gran Turismo vibe to them. Here, I'll link the thing that got me into it first, so you can see exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to Takuya Nakamura's sets, because they're really good. First I'll link the first thing I saw of him, and you'll see hopefully what I mean about the vibe. You'll hopefully see what I mean about the vibe, because this right here, I heard this, I was just like, oh, the vibe on this is immaculate. The vibe on this is absolutely immaculate. And then, that's the first like demo bit of it I saw. Here's the full set that's from, by the way, as well. Let me get that, because that's from his June 23rd set at the Lot Radio, which if you want to like hear more of it, this is the full set that's from. This is the full set that's from. And like I said, the vibe is immaculate. The vibe is absolutely immaculate in this. All right, thanks for coming by, Mex. Thanks for coming by. But let's actually get into this now, shall we? I've been yapping about things that are not, I've been yapping about stuff. Let's actually get into the game. Yeah, no, I'm not too cheap. What the hell are you talking about? I've never played this before. I don't want to do that. It's not the right time for that. But like I said, Takuya Nakamura's the Lot Radio sets are immaculate. They're very good. And if you want, like, you that combination of jazz trumpet and jungle music is so fucking good. It is such a good musical combination, and the vibe that results from it is immaculate. This reminds me of this. What this reminds me of as well? This reminds me of the cyborg making scene from the original from the original Ghost in the Shell movie. The one where it's like after after the major jumps from the building, you see the construction of a new body for her, and it has the Japanese chanting in the background, like Aga maeba guashime yoi ni keri, and you're just watching, like, you know, as they're basically like, you know, wrapping synthetic muscle around the dip in the synthetic skin, followed by, I'm guessing it's some kind of like UV exposure for the, you know, curing process, and so on and so forth, right? Let's see here. Eternal City, Makanu. Oh, hey. New gate design. And there he is, Haseo. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, people. What do they want, I wonder? What do they want? Nice hat, by the way. I don't know about... Immediately, that's the first thing Cat sticks out to me is her hat. Okay, now that I'm seeing more of the hat, I'm not liking it as much. Like, from that initial front angle, I did kind of like it, but now that I'm seeing it from like the top and behind, I'm not liking it nearly as much as I thought I would. It's kind of got like a weird, you know, it's kind of like, you know, the puffy sort of crown look to it, but because it's got those flat corners, it kind of feels strange. The world! Toki wa tomare. Every time they say that, I can feel it in the back of my head. I can just see Dio popping up on the screen, and it's awful. I am. Okay, why wasn't it working now? Party. There it is. Oh, and even okay. Immediately, that is a really nice update over the previous games. You know, infection. You know, IMOQ is the online/offline status indicator. Because sometimes, depending on where you are in the story in IMOQ, you can't add certain people to the party. Because it's supposed to be like, again, it's supposed to be like, you know, you're in an MMO and they're not logged in, right? Having that little indicator there so you don't have to randomly guess who is around is really nice. Choose our names from the list. Okay. Yes. Okay. And you as well. Remember, you can only invite people logged in. Yep. Having that visual indicator of who is logged in is a huge improvement when it comes to deciding who's going to be in your party. I still remember that from Infection. I still think about that in Infection, where it's just like, you just have the list of who is around. You don't know who's online, who's logged in versus not, until you try and add them to the party, and it'll be like, oh, this person's not available. And it's like, you have to just like remember who is and isn't available. Okay, well, head to the save shop. Save. Yes. And then, yeah, we're talking about the gates as a mechanic. Most of this is pretty straightforward and familiar to me. Okay, so we have to go through the gate right off rip. Not letting me do anything like that. Gates work like gates. Basically the same as before. All locations, different root towns, fields, and dungeons are called areas. Warp to any area by combining 3 words with the Chaos Gate. So the keyword system works the same as it did before. That's nice to see. Area word. Input the words. Think about top is the word plate. Tells you what. Yeah, tells you the list of words you have available. And as you see there, you can also see how different zones are going to change depending on what words you put in. Again, all pretty straightforward stuff that I'm familiar with. Courageous, engaging, daydream. Delta server, courageous, engaging, daydream. Yeah, Delta, I'm guessing it's going to be Delta and Theta. I wonder if they're going to have another one as well, because I know that those two are, those two in Infection, which that leads to, you know, different places. That's like the different server symbols. Yep, Delta. Delta server. You go to another area, you go with the same word. Yeah. Oh, good. We're gonna have the board mechanic as well. Oh, I do like that. I do like how like all the effort they put in to like kind of really simulate that you're playing an MMO, to give you that feeling of playing an MMO. It's actually really nice where you've got, you know, so because you've got like your desktop in the main menu in Infection, for example, it's like your PC desktop. And then you have, you know, the actual MMO, you know, the world, you have your emails, et cetera, and so on. And you have to like go back and forth between them. And then even once you've opened up, you know, the world, you also have the actual gameplay, you know, the actual like game itself, per se. I don't know why I say per se there, but you know what I mean? You have the actual game, the world itself, and then but then you also have like the discussion boards where you're gonna where you actually will go and you find stuff that's like relevant to the story, and all of it has stuff that's relevant to the story and character interactions. Yes. Like, because I'll say this, I was never really into MMOs. Partly because I don't like that sort of top-down pseudo RTS control setup that most of them use, like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know how Final Fantasy XI's works. I know that the MMOs that of the ones I've actually tried playing that I did enjoy, Phantasy Star Online 2. I did enjoy PSO2 because underneath all of the various MMO mechanics and such, it was still very much like, you know, action RPG hack and slash sort of setup, which I click with very easily. Yep, screen. Collect the number of symbol fragments required for this area. There's 3 of them. Collect the 3 symbol fragments. They are treasure chests found on the altars, protected by monsters, so open treasure without being seen or fight them and win. So we have 3 altars. Icon for the beast. I was gonna say, what's the beast temple? I'm guessing we take the symbol fragments to the beast temple. Wait, what? What did we forget? What did we forget? Oh, use this transporter to return to town. Also has a healing function, which you can use once in the area. You're not sure where the beast temple is? Just hit the map. Okay. So let's get moving then. So controls are about as I expected. Doesn't seem like we have options to give commands to party members. There's the altar. Monkeys. They're making monkey noises. Let's see how close I can get to them. How close can I get without aggroing them? This is actually kind of interesting, different from how Infection does it. Because in Infection, outbreak of battle. I was gonna think, yo, do we get a 2-for-1? Kinda. Battle fence. Smoke screen. Alright, let's start whooping some ass then. Yeah. Hold down A and release. Okay. Okay. Regular attack, combo attack, charge attack, guard. You know, part of me almost wishes. I have gotten so used to how a lot of, like, you know, sort of like you're saying, the more modern conventions work for like action RPGs. I'm so used to having a dodge rather than a block, and it's kind of messing with me because I'm thinking, oh wait, I have to dodge roll, because that's, like I said, that's sort of like the modern convention, right? So having the thing where it's like, oh no, you actually block the attacks feels so strange to me. Simple fragments. Remember to search the, yeah. Collect 3. Search the treasure chest. Yep, that's the thing we needed. There's 3 altars, so all of them are going to have the symbol fragments that we're looking for. I don't really need to worry about that. Just keep moving. Yep. Form a surprise attack. Yes. I've been doing that, but I was seeing apparently there's other skills as well. Hey there, Limey. How you doing? How you doing, Limey? Here we go. Once again, into the wall you go. Yep, lime, you know, regular combos, simple normal attacks. Oh! Skill trigger, yeah. Pretty straightforward. Not just a shortcut, it can be used to stop enemy attacks or... Oh! Oh, we've got canceling! Okay. Which is... Oh yeah, Ringeki. Where, yeah, enemies surrounded by a purple ring. Attack the enemy until it's surrounded, and that's how you get your big shit. Okay, let's do this shit. We'll whoop your ass. Favorite action is triggered and raises morale of party members. Okay. So yeah, mechanics have been are still pretty similar, but have been definitely smoothed out. Definitely smoothed out because whether you consider it a good thing or not, there was definitely a bit of awkward sort of friction in. There's definitely a bit of awkward friction in the original games compared to how this feels right now. And I have thoughts on that subject, mind you. I do think that a lot of people have been kind of starting to overcorrect from the idea of too many quote unquote quality of life changes, where people have started kind of just saying that games should have friction for the sake of friction. Because yes, no, too many quote unquote quality of life things do kind of sand down the rough edges to the point where something loses its identity. But it is very, very easy to go too far in the opposite direction and effectively demand something be so clunky and awkward to get into for the sake of being distinct. It's basically the equivalent of saying that I don't even know what I'm trying to compare it to, but you need to strike a balance between usability and identity. You definitely need to strike a balance between usability and identity, and it is very easy to miss that and end up going too far in either direction. Into the wall! 2 for 1, let's go! It's also why I said before, on sort of a tangential subject, it's also why even when I acknowledge the necessity of gatekeeping, I generally say people who are way too enthusiastic about it, or for whatever reason try to declare themselves as gatekeepers are not to be trusted. I flat out will just say, even when there is a necessity for some level of gatekeeping, don't trust the person who tries to make themselves, who basically is way too eager to be the gatekeeper. Don't trust that person. They are not trustworthy. They're probably, actually, I'm not gonna say they're not even trustworthy. They're an asshole. Fuck that person. Okay, we got the symbol, so now we can go take it to the thing. It's boss time!
Yosh! Yoku yatta! それじゃあ最後に
And sort of like a bigger example of how that attitude, how, again, of how people can get way too enthusiastic about gatekeeping can be a problem that actually is like legitimately is a problem, is the recent malware injection on the AUR. So like I said before, I switched over to Linux. I switched from Windows to Linux earlier this year. And the specific branch of Linux that I went to, so specifically the specific distribution I'm on is CachyOS, which in turn is based on Arch. And one of the things that Arch has is called the Arch User Repository. The Arch User Repository is it's essentially an alternate repository of software packages, as opposed to the main official package repository that you're going to get most software from. Like if you're using Linux, you're typically not going to go onto you're not going to go looking around on your browser, finding websites and then downloading stuff from them. No, you're going to go through your package manager and the repository of software packages that have been tested, inspected, and signed off by the people maintaining your distribution. So I will for the most part, I'm gonna go through the CachyOS software package repository. But if there's something that's not on that repository, one of the other sources I can go to is called the Arch User Repository. And that is a repository of software packages compiled and maintained by users of Arch and Arch-based distributions. However, recently, a malicious group of people decided that they were going to use some orphaned packages. So this is, again, slight terminology explanation. Orphaned. One of the things that can happen with software packages is they become orphaned when no one is actively maintaining and updating those packages. The term they use is orphaned. So what the malware developer, what the people who are using it, what these malicious actors did was they went into the Arch User Repository, and if a package is orphaned, it's basically free for anybody who wants to come in and say, I will take over this project. I will start maintaining it. I will take over maintaining and updating this package. So a bunch of malicious, some malicious actor. I don't know who. I don't know who it was. It doesn't really matter. But they went through the Arch User Repository. They picked up a bunch of orphaned packages that are still pretty heavily used and turned them into a means of deploying malicious software. Because no, believe it or not, there is malware for Linux. There is actually quite a lot of malware for Linux. It's just that most of it isn't targeting desktop users. That's where the whole Linux doesn't get viruses thing came from back in the 2000s. It's not that there was no malware for Linux. It's that most Linux malware targets servers and infrastructure, not desktop users. And that's still true even now. But that's what they did, was they turned these orphaned packages that still get heavy usage into a front to deploy malware from. And when they did this, you know, it was a huge problem. It was a huge problem when it came out. But in the wake of that, you are definitely seeing a lot of these self-proclaimed gatekeeper types say that there should be no attempt to make it less easy for a malicious actor to take over orphan projects. That you should basically, that there should be, I don't know, some kind of approval process or something, some sort of person in the loop, right? Where if you want to take over an orphaned package that is very popular, you should, you know, like there should be some kind of approval process for it, basically. That you should need to show that you are not doing this with malicious intent. And I don't know how the fuck that's gonna work. I'm not even gonna say, I don't know how the fuck that would actually work, because that is not my area of knowledge. But I do know the reaction to that has been pretty bad in certain circles. It's like basically some people are saying, you think we need to put up many more warning signs? You should fucking kill yourself, you whiny absolute baby script kitty. You deserve to have all your shit hacked for even suggesting this. It's like, dude, they're not asking for like major control over. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It's like there needs to be some kind of it shouldn't be very, you know, I don't even know what I'm trying to say here, but I do know that my point is the reaction that you're seeing in certain circles to the AUR malware injection via orphaned packages has been a problem. That has definitely been a problem, and frankly, not only does it give the Linux user base a bad name, it means that people are going to be more vulnerable to these you're basically saying that you want people to be more vulnerable to this type of attack in the future for the sake of some kind of cred. I don't even fucking know what the mindset here is, other than I need my cred. I need to show I'm a better user than them. That's literally the mindset. That is quite literally the mindset of people who are saying that people who are having this reaction to the idea that maybe there should be a little bit of a gatekeeping. Ironically, they're gatekeeping in such a way that one kind of they're effectively, so I would say there's two kinds of gatekeeping. There is gatekeeping for the sake of cred, and then there's gatekeeping. There's functional gatekeeping and performative gatekeeping. There we go. That's a good way of describing it. There's functional gatekeeping and performative gatekeeping. The idea of having some kind of thing where if you want to take over as the maintainer of a popular orphaned package, there should be some kind of review that is functional gatekeeping. this blowback that's happened where people are saying that somehow this is like, you know, it's like, oh, you don't think it should be a free-for-all for anybody to just take over any orphan package so that they can inject any code they want to it when it willy-nilly because I need to show I'm a better user than you? That's performative gatekeeping, and that's a problem. But also, ad break is gonna be starting soon, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything else of that sort, now's the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it's over. And we are back. You know, it's funny you say that because I was like, so it's a very silly thing, Max, but you just, I'm only thinking about this because somebody was talking about the Digital Circus finale the other day, which I watched. I thought it was fine. My only criticism of the Amazing Digital Circus is that it could have had 2 or 3 more episodes to flesh out the narrative arc a bit more. But I do think that would have killed Goose. That would have killed her. 100% with how awful the Digital Circus fan base was. That would have killed her. And I do think a lot of the reason why I legitimately think that Digital Circus as a series was cut short because Goose was just done. Goose was done with it. And I don't mean in the sense that, oh, it was like a fully completed and finished story. I mean, Goose was done with the absolutely vile fan base. But, and actually, so, and this also leans into one of the other, this is one of the reasons why I say I think it needed 2 or 3 more episodes. I think 2 would have done it. I think 2 more episodes to flesh things out before the finale. Basically, stretch the first half of the finale out into 2 more episodes. Basically, everything before Jax abstracts, and then Pomni going in to abstracted Jax and seeing who they were. Actually, seeing who Jax was. Those 2 parts of the finale could have been separate episodes that were a bit more fleshed out. But I think that would have killed Goose if she tried to do that. So I understand why she didn't. And the reason why I say this as well, is I think if that had been more fleshed out, the idea of Jax as a fully transgender character would have been more earned. If we go by what was in the show, just what was in the show, ignoring what Goose has said after the finale, we can say that Jax is somewhere on the spectrum of gender non-conforming, between gender non-conforming and trans, but it's hard to pinpoint exactly where. Now, obviously, like I said, Goose has basically come out and said, yeah, no, Jax is trans after the fact, but that feels a little unearned. Specifically pinpointing where Jax is on that spectrum is what feels unearned. But I think that would have required just a bit more fleshing out to get, and it wouldn't have required much to get the rest of the way there. But there was just a bit more needed to get the rest of the way there. And instead of just saying that Jax is somewhere on the spectrum between gender non-conforming and trans, say exactly where Jax is at. But again, doing that would have killed Goose, so I 100% understand why she didn't do that. Because the Digital Circus fans are horrible. Like, they're like Vivzy bad. They're like Vivzy horrible. If you know what I mean. But oh god, every time I hear anything about Vivzy and what it was like to work with Vivzy, I'm just like, ugh. She is apparently, again, from what I've heard, she's a terrible boss. But putting that aside, putting Vizzy aside because she's not really relevant other than to say that Has-Been Hotel fans, Has-Been / Hell of a Boss fans are awful. Just to also say that just because, you know, Digital Circus fans are also awful, which is a shame because Digital Circus was actually a pretty decent series. The fans being awful is sad because the series itself was pretty good. But also, I am more looking forward to the Gaslight District. And one of the reasons I'm more looking forward to the Gaslight, so the big reason why I'm more looking forward to the Gaslight District is entirely vibes. It is entirely vibes. It is 100% vibes. I love the aesthetic of the Gaslight District and its character designs. Very much the same way how I really liked the design language and aesthetic of Murder Drones. I definitely think that for me, Digital Circus was good. It was decent. Was good, but I guess I just lacked the personal connection to it. Where compared to, I don't know, personal connection is not the right term. I didn't click with it as much as I did with Murder Drones, and I think I will also probably click more with Gaslight District than with Digital Circus. For better or for worse. What was I say? The start, yeah, rarity, already knew that. Sprite drop, which is skill points, that's health. Okay. Let's get going then. But yeah, overall, yeah. Digital Circus was good. Digital Circus fans suck. And I think that's very easy to hold those two ideas in parallel.
This is the Saniwa no Kami, Falsetto no Zou da. 俺らは単に獣人像って呼んでるけど、公式の設定じゃ結構偉い神様らしいぜ。ほら、あそこ宝箱が備えてあるだろ。あの中にはここでしかゲットできないレアアイテムが入ってるんだ。
ハセオ、開けるでござるよ。
いいのか？
Let's open the box!
いいからいいから。初心者が遠慮すんなよ。
Let's see what's inside. Dry gear. Oh no! Betrayal. Are your rewards? And our reward is you. Eh? Oh! Oh! I know what you are. I know what you are. I know what you are. That's a damn big sword. Fucking griefers. Every game's got them. Fucking smurfing griefers who think they're so cool. Like, dude, this is why nobody likes you. I bet you're like, this is literally the same personality as a Reddit moderator has these days. These people in current year would be like Reddit or Discord mods. Let's be real here.
ばかりの初心者はこんなもんでござるか。
ほらほら、なんか言ってみろよ。
もしもし。
Oh, who's that?
まったく、ちょっと優しいふりするとコロッと騙されるんだよね。おい、もっと言うなんだ。
Get fucking decked, bro. Now, again, I kind of know who this guy is gonna end, where this guy's gonna end up, just from, again, bits and pieces without context that, like I said, I know where this is inevitably going to some extent, but I've never actually seen how it started. So this will be kind of a bit of a revelation for me to see. Like I said, it's always, it is kind of interesting to see. It's like, it's kind of interesting how you know, when you already know to some extent how a story is going to end, but you don't know how it started and you don't know what happened in the middle, it can be kind of interesting how that different perspective affects the way the story, you know, the way the story feels for you. Yo, we about to whoop some ass? No. Dot hack GU. Another point of comparison I was just thinking about. Another point of comparison I'm also thinking about is, so the Yakuza, you know, Yakuza 0, which sort of like, you know, the way that these people are behaving, right? You know, these like smurfing griefer assholes. You know, they call them PKers. The way PKers behave reminds me of Kuze from Yakuza 0, who is, by the way, Kuze is probably the most realistic depiction of a Yakuza member in that entire game, because at the end of the day, he's just a thug. There's no nobility to him. There's no honor, none of that. He's just a thug. And that is very much what these people are. They're just thugs. They're thugs playing at, you know, they're thugs playing schoolyard bully because they're pathetic. And I really like how how that's made super visible in this cutscene and the one before it. It's kind of interesting.
そんなに強いなんて思わなかったよ。100人の PK を切ったって噂もまんざら嘘じゃないみたいだね。
We're about to make that 101.
そんな怖い顔すんなよ。
Well, not 101.
謝るからさ。
100 plus however many of y'all that were here. I see the sword behind your back. You're not clever. Take your ass back to the root town.
トライエッジを知ってるか
Oh.
なんだって
Oh.
荘園をまとった伝説の PK の名だ
Oh.
PC は二度とゲームに復帰できないらしい
はあくったらね BBS の怪談話信じてんじゃねえよいいかこのボルドー様に手をかけて She's
still trying to play it off like she's got some kind. She's in charge here. She's still trying to play it off like she's in charge here.
使えねえな
But it's like, do you feel in charge? Volume 1, Rebirth.
なるほど刺繍の漂うようなキャラだな死の恐怖 PKK の長谷尾君 PC を救す PC すなわち PK が横行する昨
It's interesting that the idea, how they're treating the idea of PvP here
PKK のやり方に理があるだろうか
as being this like, no, in hindsight, it's kind of interesting how they're treating this idea of PvP as being like this horrible thing that only the worst of the worst and like, you know, absolute thugs do. When I think even when this game came out, because this was what, I think this was 07? PvP was, to some extent, kind of an established thing in MMOs. Was already pretty established as a thing people do in MMOs. Oh. Oh, we're getting a flashback. Oh, we're getting a flashback.
アトリー、君の知り合いなのか?
アトリ
ネットゲームで
And it's just, it's interesting to see how, it's interesting to see that contrast in hindsight. That, you know, like I said, PvP was already an established concept in MMOs when this game came out. But there's definitely an element of, there's definitely an element of there's some rules to PvP. And that's kind of what, you know, the PKer, you know, character in .hack is. It's the people who are, there's people who are trying to basically force people who don't want to do PvP into PvP because they can't handle real PvP. And it's kind of weird to see how, it's kind of weird to see how that bit of nuance gets lost. In hindsight. In hindsight, it is kind of weird to see how that little bit of nuance gets lost. Again, never was personally really big into MMOs just because the gameplay conventions didn't agree with me. Yeah, it didn't click with me. But I just never really played MMOs much because the gameplay conventions didn't really click with me. But I've always been kind of MMO adjacent. I've always been adjacent to people who were really, really into MMOs. So I did pick up by osmosis a bit of knowledge about sort of, you know, the conventions and trends in MMOs as a whole. What do you want?
あの頃よりもずっと。
強くなるしかなかったんだよ。あんたのおかげでな。今まで一体どこに。
ハセオ、お前は今のところよく期待に応えてくれてるよ。
黄昏の旅団が解体した時もあんたは来なかった。
Wait, who?
あんたこの半年間何してた。
そいつは小さな種子だった。そこに宿るものが何なのか
Wait, seed of what?
確かめる術はただ。
Wait, what's this about a seed and stuff growing in it?
俺はそれを育てた。
育てた。何のことだオーバー。
Yeah, no.
比喩的な言い回しさ。
あんたが突然いなくなって俺たちはなんであの時いなくなっちまったんだ。あの後シノは。
This is a really cool little bit of environmental design, by the way. This is a really cool little bit of environmental design, by the way. With the big wall and the waterfalls surrounding it as well. It's actually, no, the way this is held up really well over the years, and, but yeah, no. Yeah, no, he's not a normal PK. I kinda know who he is. And again, not even because of the fact that I got some details about GU spoiled, but because I have I'm not done with it, but I have that bit of background knowledge from IMOQ that kind of blends in, that I kind of know who or what Tri-Edge is.
まさか。
デルタサーバー、隠されし禁断の聖域。
Yeah.
キルされた場所だ。
Hidden Forbidden Holy Ground.
クリーマレーブ大聖堂。
So having that little bit of context there from IMOQ, even though I haven't finished IMOQ yet,
シノを取り戻してやる。
I could definitely see how the two of them kind of blend into each other, even if they are, to some extent, sort of self-contained stories. Also, speaking of dot hack, speaking of dot hack as a whole, dot hack as a whole, I really, really underestimate just how much of a contribution Yuki Kajiura made to, you know, how much of what I kind of, you know, was watching in, especially like my teenage years, especially when I was like in my teenage years, how much of what I was watching back then, Yuki Kajiura, how prevalent Yuki Kajiura was. You know, Madoka Magica, Dot Hack Sign, SAO before I realized it was shit, and so on and so forth, right? She is, you know, her composition, yeah, you know, her soundtracks were always or you know, she basically was the composer for or the main composer for pretty much all of those. And that has a weird sort of impact when you realize that.
なんで亡くなっちまったんだ。
Also, I recognize this place. I recognize this place from Infection. This is the... Oh. Well, you look who it is. Would you look who it is? Hey, motherfucker. What are you doing here? Like I said, I kinda know who / what Tri-Edge is, which makes things kind of interesting in hindsight. Or not hindsight. I don't know if hindsight's the right word, but makes this kind of interesting now. Oh, are they gonna? Are we actually gonna get into the fight, or is this just gonna be a cutscene before we go back to the before all of this part? Oh, yo, he's not even trying. Bro, you are not winning this fight, Haseo. You are not winning this fight. He is not even trying. He's literally just standing there. He's probably checking his email at the same time to see what's going on. He's just blocking everything you throw at him. You are not winning this fight. Whoa! Yo, you just got you just got data drained. Congratulations. Congratulations, Haseo. You don't know what you're up against. There it is, the bracelet. I know what that does. And roll credits. Haseo's fucking dead. Wow. I can't believe .hack GU is such a short game. Rip. Like, you know, considering that there's 4 volumes of it, you would think this game would be longer. But oh, yo, Mine OS.
あれ
Eh?
俺はトライエッジと戦って
Yeah, no,
それで
not dead. Okay, never mind. Continuing process.
思い出せね
System reformatting complete. I remember doing that.
初期化だと
What's going on? What's going on? What about my
メール
emails?
ステーションだ
Mail station. They're all gone. Mail data not found.
そんなバ
The
カ
hell? Never delete those.
消えて
They're all gone?
のか
Even the ones from Shino?
昔シノが来る
There are no greeting cards to send. There are no addresses registered.
本当に全部初期化
Everything's
され
been
てる
reformatted.
わけわかん
What
な
the
い
hell's going
なん
on?
でだよ
You have one new email.
メール
Let's take a look. There is new mail.
大番
There are 2 paths before you. One of these will lead to safety and shame. It's a path where you give up the world and never log in again. The other path leads to peril and pride. It's a path where you continue the world and resume your search for the truth. Let me be blunt. The latter path is torturous and will threaten both your mind and body. Once you've chosen it, there will be no turning back. If you still choose to walk this path, then there will come a time when you and I will meet once again in the world. When the time comes, I will once again say this to you. Welcome to the world.
苦難と
Trial and truth.
ザ・ワールドをやめるか
Whether
どう
I
かだ
should,
って
whether or not I should quit the world.
答えなんて決まってる
You
ぜ
should know better, Oven.
俺はあの世
I'm
界
gonna
に
go
戻る
back, and then
シノを取り
I'm gonna
返
get
す
Shino
絶
back,
対だ
no matter what. News. Oh, what do we got here? Topics. Free streaming. Welcome to Online Jack, the no-holds-barred information program that brings you the hottest topics. Our star reporter, Salvador Ihara, will bring you all the dirt you want to know. And here's this week's Jack target, Doll Syndrome. Doll Syndrome is the mysterious illness secretly spreading among elementary school students. Our online Jack investigators will lock on to Tachiro Sugai, the noted professor and author of online games are turning our children into dolls. The dangers of Doll Syndrome. Okay, everyone, let's call our Salvador Ihara.
サルバドル・アイハラのオンラインジャック
Yo, it's got like a groove to it.
今最もホットな
It's got kind of a groove to it.
強行突撃型情報番組オンラインジャック
Also,
さてネットの前の勝負
weird thing.
今日のジャックターゲットはドール症候群だ知ってるかい近頃小学生を
So what does it do? So what does Doll Syndrome do?
無反応や無気力などの言語知能障害を引き起こすというつまり子供がお人形みたいになっちゃう病だよこの危機に対し我がオンラインジャックは独自のデータをもとに調査を開始した
Bro, this is
私が世界を救う
this is just autism. The kids are fine. The kids are fine. Just give them
まさに正体不明の奇病原因は環境
give
不良
them
とか
a copy of Minecraft
僕が
and they'll be okay.
この本ネットゲ
This
ーム
isn't anything weird or unusual. This is just autism. Trust me, I know.
この本を書いたのはここに住む筑波大学医学部の菅井太一郎という偉い人
They'll be
この本によ
fine.
ればドール症候群の元凶はなんとネットゲームにあるらしいネットゲームザ・ワールドとか有名だよね相原も大好きだ全世界で1200万人が夢中のネットゲームが奇病の原因とおっしゃるわけだ何年か前にもザ・ワールドが原因で意識不明者が出たとか出ないとかって話があったけど
No, this is literally just this is Doll Syndrome is nothing new. This is just autism, bro. This is just autism. They will be fine. Like I said, they might, you know, just give them a copy of Factorio and they'll be fine.
どうも僕オンラインジャックのサルバドル・アイハラです教授が出版したネットゲームが子供を人形にするについてお聞きしたいんですが
That's exactly what you deserve too. That's exactly what you deserve for this.
どうせわしの本をとんでも扱いしたくて来たんだろう。帰れ。
ここでちゃんと弁解しないとますます疑われますよ
弁解することなどない。わしは独自の調査に基づいて事実を書いただけだ。
独自のデータとか言ってそのデータの出所が怪しかったりするんですよね
お前らと一緒にするな。
だったらデータのソースを明かしてくださいよ教授に迷惑はかけませんから
貴様らなど信用できるか。それとわしは助教授じゃ。
はい菅井助教授に取材を断られた我々は独自のデータをもとに
Bro, you're gonna get arrested. You're gonna get arrested. What are you doing? You're walking into an elementary school like there's nothing weird about that. You're gonna go to jail. You're gonna deserve it too, because they're gonna think you're a pedophile. What are you doing? I know, right, Vex?
このサルバドル・アイハラが来たからには安心したまえ
何ですかあなた授業中に
こんなところに可憐な一輪の花がセニョリータ僕と一緒に世界を救おう
They're taking you to jail. They're taking you to prison because you're a criminal. They're taking you to
取材もきちん
jail.
と許可を取ってか
They're
らでないと
taking
困
you
りま
to
す
prison cause you're a dumbass criminal who they said you didn't do it and they couldn't prove it, but they got your ass on camera trying to creep on them little kids. They're taking you to jail. They're taking you to prison. Like, bro, what did you think was going to happen? CyberConnect Japan announced today that its popular online game, The World, R2, has sold 12 million copies worldwide. CC Corp's other products include The World, Fate Must Die, Person, and Kurukuru Michi. Oh god! Oh god, Okay, I know what two of these are. Yeah, I was like, bro, you're looking for, if you want to see the people with Doll syndrome, go look in a mirror. You're one of them. You're one of us. You are one of us. And you're giving us a bad name, and I'm gonna need you to quit. Okay? But also, I'm looking at these names, right? The World is obviously the version of The World from the previous Dot Hack games. Fate Must Die, I'm guessing that's Fate Stay Night. Persona. And that last one is interesting to see a reference to, because that is one of the more unusual games that FromSoft ever made. That is one of the more unusual games by FromSoft. Curry Curry Mix, or as it's known outside of Japan, The Adventures of Cookie and Cream, which is a game designed to make you hate your friend. Basically designed to speedrun hating your friends. It's up there with like Mario Party and 100% Orange Juice in terms of this is a game designed to make you hate your friends. The World R2 is an online game set in a fantasy world where humans and beasts live together. Players become world-renowned adventurers and travel around killing monsters and discovering the world's secrets. As recently as a few years ago, shares in the world were at an all-time low due to the emergence of new developers. On top of that, the world was shut down completely after all data was lost in a disastrous fire at CC Corp headquarters. Amidst the chaos and compensation issues that resulted from those events, CC Corp announced the sequel, The World R2. Most people deemed it a desperate plea for attention, and many analysts declared that R2 would fail miserably. However, the figures today shown today have proven that the world is as popular as ever. CC Corp seems confident. Watch us overcome the problems we encountered on our previous title. It seems everyone will be watching the world for some time to come. See today. Nation unified on citizen numbering system. 15 years after the Administration Relations Bill was passed, the digitization of our government is at long last approaching its final stages. But how many people have vehemently opposed this bill since its inception, only to be ignored to the last? Starting this month, all local servers managed by regional governments will be frozen, and all various ID rules used by self-governing bodies will be unified to the federal government specifications. In addition, it will become required for all governing bodies to adopt the numbering system, and for all citizens to wear their own number at all times for administrative purposes. This system, introduced to speed up government processes by conducting them online, is already being used in online banking, shopping, and all other sites. By using a receiver placed in one's home, all Japanese citizens will be able to use their cell phones or mobile computers to access a variety of services from anywhere in the country. Yet, In spite of the incredible conveniences we have today, the system has been met with severe opposition. Recently, the Independent Japan Party won many seats in the lower house of the Diet because of their popular position to abandon the bill altogether. Calls for all political parties to discuss the bill are still continuing, and the problem has attracted a lot of media attention. Mr. Koji, chief editor of the weekly magazine Netwatcher, had this to say. It is true that this system will make things very convenient. When you compare the time when the bill was first approved to now, encryption technology has made huge leaps. The Network Administration Bureau has been established, and some semblance of order has been brought to the internet. There are fewer data leaks, and at first glance, it would appear that there's no problems whatsoever. However, take a moment to think. In exchange for IT advancements and a more convenient lifestyle, we've been reduced to being defined by a 15-digit combination. It's no different from the ear tags placed on cattle and horses to tell them apart. It's no wonder the people are so opposed to this degrading system. Despite all this, the system has made it through the legal process and will soon become part of our lives. Will there ever come a day when we'll welcome it?
行政オンライン関連法案が与党の賛成多数で可決され
God.
国民背番号制の導
The
入が
other thing as well that's really grabbing me with this, now that I'm actually going through like this, more so than IMOQ, these cutscenes feel straight out of Ace Combat 3. Like these cutscenes here feel straight out of Ace Combat 3, which that's one of the best parts of AC3, by the way. If you haven't played Ace Combat 3, it is a game that you have basically no excuse not to try nowadays. It has been fully translated, and you have multiple ways of accessing a copy of it. It is very easy to find a copy of it. Very easy to do, and some of them, I was gonna say, first of all, it's not hard to apply the translation patch, and frankly, you don't even need to do that because even though it's totally unofficial, a lot of the copies you can find have already had the translation patch applied to them. So frankly, you have no excuse. You have no excuse not to try Ace Combat 3 and realize that, yeah, no, it's the best game in the series, and anybody who says Ace Combat 5 is the best game of the series is full of shit. Deleted data, ongoing grudges. Some people have said that in a flash, the world was gone. It's been 2 years since the largest online game ever, The World, with 20 million copies sold worldwide, was taken offline. It was around this time that CyberConnect Japan, hereby referred to as CC Corp, had a fire at their headquarters. As the extent of the damage caused by the fire, which wiped out all of the world's data, became increasingly apparent, CC Corporation leaders had a rather somber press conference. The game program, character data, and cyber data were all reduced to ashes, and what was left was drenched in the water used to put the blaze out. This happened soon after a string of break-ins, which meant that usage of Megafloat had just been stopped. All backup data was in the company headquarters. Online data has been recognized as property for many years now, but unlike antiques, jewelry, or other tangible objects, the moment data is damaged or disappears, it loses all of its worth forever. Even now, the voices of those seeking their lost property can be heard, but CC Corp refuses to budge from their unwavering attitude of, it's gone and it's not coming back. Now, 2 years since that incident, there still appears to be no end to the discussions about online data, personal property, and protection, even with the imminent release of The World R2. Oh, what's this? The new headquarters for CyberConnect Japan has been completed. The new building, designed with an avant-garde look and located close to a high-powered commercial area, is sure to become the next great landmark in the city center. The CyberConnect Museum, located on the ground level, is open to the public, though one must apply for admission, and popular characters from its international mega-hit, The World, will greet visitors personally. 2 years after the fire, employees are happy to be leaving their cramped temporary offices and moving back to a proper working environment. Users have also been eagerly anticipating the move, in hope that newer and more interesting games will be made as a result.
2015年に火災を起こしたサイバーコネクトジャパン社の新本社ビルがこのほど完成しました。2年前の火災では出火原因は電子機器からの発火とされ
Yeah, that's a lie.
多数の死者
Spark from electrical equipment, my ass! I know what happened back then. Well, to an extent, I know what happened back then. Early this morning, 4 employees at CyberConnect Japan suffered electric shocks while working to construct a company server and were promptly rushed to the hospital. All 4 are unconscious and in critical condition. CC Corp commented, "We're still searching for the cause of this tragic accident." Similar incidents occurred 7 years ago when a number of employees monitoring a server were rendered unconscious. At the time, CC Corp was severely admonished for its lack of safety protocols, and as a result introduced a TSN system into their headquarters, but accidents continued to occur. 2 years ago, the CC Corp headquarters suffered a huge fire in which several of their employees were killed. These constant accidents are prompting questions about the company's intentions regarding safety in the workplace. Tri-Surveillance Network System. 3 different AIs are set inside the company network to monitor it. It's designed to prevent information leaks, improper network usage, and company-wide system problems. Developed in 2010 by the International Electronic General Technology Research Center. Well, you see, there's the problem. There's the problem. Your entire safety surveillance system is dependent on networked AIs with no man in the loop. There's your problem. Whatever your opinion of AI, whatever your opinion might be on, like, the more headliney parts of AI, predictive logic models are a useful tool when used correctly. They have somewhat limited, they have specific use cases, and you need to have a person in the loop to monitor them and make sure they aren't going off on some fucking wild goose chase. But they have uses. This is not how you use them. This is not how you use them. This is the same problem we have now, where people are just letting these things run on their own with no monitoring and no man in the loop to catch them when they inevitably make some kind of mistake and need direction. This is a weird comparison to make, but you can almost think of working with AI kind of like working with an animal. It's not a perfect comparison at all, but it works for explanation purposes. It's like working with an animal. An animal, let's say you're working with a dog. You're doing some kind of work that involves a dog. That dog is going to need direction and to be caught when the dog's going to need direction. The dog is going to need you to stop it when it's going to do something that might get itself hurt, or even just do its job wrong. This is a close enough comparison for what it's like working with any sort of large language model or any of the other various predictive computing models built on machine learning. They all have this problem. This is a fundamental limitation of all of the existing predictive computing models. You need a man in the loop to catch them when they're going off into the weeds or hallucinating or anything of that sort, because otherwise you'll get garbage. They'll spit out garbage data, and that can be extremely damaging. I was trying to make it into something like, that sounded more clever there, but no, that's the thing. It's extremely damaging if you don't have that man in the loop. You need to have the man in the loop to monitor the system and catch it when it starts hallucinating or needs direction. That's just a simple fact of working with any sort of computing model like that. As soon as we called each other by our world names, I felt like something had gone far away, said one of the young culprits to his lawyer. Yeah, the dark side of the online generation. It has been 2 months since the incident in which 3 young boys took over a school faculty room. Currently, they live in separate rooms while undergoing a reform program. Only recently has one of the boys started to speak out about what happened that day. Even now, they continue to inhabit a virtual reality. They don't like to talk about school. When asked about family or friends, they reply with only the most basic information possible. The only time their eyes sparkle is when talking about the world. When asked who his best friend is, one boy replies with a Western name. If one were to then ask him if that is the name of his pen pal, his expression saddens and he responds, "I don't have any friends in real life." One thing these boys can be said to have in common is the fact they have all completely removed themselves from the real world and do not trust it. I told people online about my problems. In real life, no one would care about them, but online, everyone does. My online friends are all so nice. They worry about me. They give me advice. I just wish real life was like my life online. Although discussion about the effects of online gaming on young boys has been going on for years, public opinion has been moving against games as more and more facts of this case come to light. These boys know of reality, yet do not seem to understand it. What will they see when they return to the real world? Seeing this in 2026 feels so weird. It feels so weird, especially when you know, at least when you have some knowledge of what the biggest driver of the problem is. It's like you always hear like older people say, "Why don't kids play outside anymore?" Have you seen outside? Have you seen outside? It's a 4-lane highway that if they go out there, they're gonna get run over. And then there's a dead grass field that's full of snakes and shit, probably hasn't been mowed in a month. And in the middle of it is a crack shack. Kids don't play outside anymore because have you seen outside? There's nothing. God damn it, partner. Wow, .hack almost makes you wish MMORPGs were real. I was done with what I was saying there. Partner. Don't worry, you didn't interrupt shit.
武装した少年らによる校内騒動で事件を起こした生徒3人。
It's just like I said, it's really weird.
事件の真相が明るみになるにつれ、ネットゲームに対する
It's really weird.
急速に広がっています。
Seeing a lot of this stuff. So like I said, because remember, these games came out. When did this game come out? Ugh. When did .hack GU come out? Not the collection, but the original game series, right? GU came out in 2006. This game came out in 2006. This game came out 20 years ago. Just been playing Metaphor from my backlog and watching some World Cup in the background. You know, it's funny. I actually didn't see how it ended, but when I was out earlier today, I caught a bit of the... It was... Oh, Scotland, Brazil. I was trying to remember who was playing. Because I remember one of them was Brazil, but I forgot who... I forgot. I was trying to remember who they were playing against. I saw some of the game between... Some of the Scotland-Brazil game. Not enough of it to actually know any of it was going on, because Brazil was up by 1 when I was watching it, because... That's why I was watching it. Scotland got crushed, but they might sneak into the next round with the expanded bracket. Ah, okay. How bad did they get crushed? Because like I said, it was 1-0. It was 1-0 Brazil when I when I fell off of it, but how did that end? Also, ad break's gonna be starting soon, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, etc., now's the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it's over. And we're back. So, as we say, oh yeah, last games of the night were 3-0 Mexico, Czechia, and 1-0 South Africa, Korea. Well, how were actually? So no, I know you said the score. How were those actually? How were the actual games there? Also, I gotta say, it's been really funny. In some extent. Oh, there's more here. What do we got here? What do we got here? I was like, it's been really funny seeing the difference in actually I recently saw like some of the stuff that the fans have been doing. It's insane. The Dutch fans in particular. Have you seen the shit the Dutch fans do? It is absolutely insane. You'll just see streets become these floods of orange as they're like advancing to the stadium. The Dutch fans are nuts, and I love it. I love how nuts the Dutch fans are. New space station nearing completion. It has been 5 years since the space station Evolution was completed and the second station announced. The International Space Station, built with the cooperation of America, Japan, the EU, Russia, and China, was finally nearing completion. Initially, it was projected to launch in 2017. In contrast to the Evolution, which is currently being used as a space laboratory, the new space station is planned for use in construction of moon bases, exploration of Mars, and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
日本などが参加し、2017年の完成を目指して国際宇宙ステーションが完成間近と。
This also feels very weird.
巨大な有人施設では、
This feels very weird.
さまざまな実験、研究を行うことになっています。
What's happened with our current ISS and how, at least, with our current ISS and one of the countries involved threatening to separate their modules from the rest of it because they're throwing a tantrum. Oh, I've already seen that one. Games to blame for juvenile delinquency. I'm a hero. These are the words written on a sketchbook found in a young boy's school bag. The recent outbreak of juvenile delinquency is said to be the effect of video games, according to experts. Games have far better graphics compared to novels and comics, and they're interactive. It's easy for children to see themselves as the protagonists of their favorite games. It's a dangerous phenomenon. For example, what would happen if a child were to play an extreme action game and began to believe that he was the main character? He could possibly act in real life the same way he could in the game. It just frightens me thinking about the consequences of that. There are several cases of parents of both game-influenced assailants and their victims suing game companies, claiming they are responsible for making their children into criminals or are somehow responsible for their child's death. However, the developers responded by saying, "We've implemented a perfectly good rating system, and no one's allowed to buy them without proper ID. Maybe the ones who are truly to blame are the parents who allow their children to buy them." A friend of one of the victims had this to say, "You can't just blame the problem on one thing. It's more complex than that. Everyone involved has to share the blame. Developers, parents, and even myself are no exception. We should all realize this and stop this pointless arguing. After all, it's not like arguing is going to bring back what we lost." It's okay. Again, this game came out in 2007. This game came out in 2007. And that motherfucker, what was his name? Jack Thompson, I think? He was still a sort of prominent public figure at the time. I'm kind of noticing this right now. It's like, this is kind of a commentary on him and his crusade to try and prove that, this is like, his crusade to try and prove, and he's just the continuation of a phenomenon that goes back all the way to radio. It's like, oh, video games are making kids violent. Before that, it was, oh, TV is making kids violent. Or, this new music, this ungodly new music's making our children evil. And it's just really weird to see how this phenomenon goes back again and again and again and again, desperately trying to ignore what is the real problem to anyone who's paying attention, because addressing that real problem would mean that some coked out shareholder doesn't get to have a third yacht. it is really funny how a lot of these ideas, how far back a lot of these ideas go, and realizing just how much of time is a flat fucking circle. CC Japan announces new model M2D.
ディスプレイをかけていこう。ビジネスにエンターテインメントに。あなたをモバイルの重さから解放する新型 M2D マイクロモノクルディスプレイ発売。目の前にネットが広がる。
CyberConnect Japan announced a new model of micro-monocle display. The M2D has been developed as the next generation of head-mounted displays. Previous models suffered from various imbalances, such as high-performance technology and a heavy, awkward helmet, or goggle types lacking in audio-visual capabilities. However, this new generation HMD features all the comfort of a light goggle display together with AV performance that outperforms previous helmet types. That is a weird resolution! That is a weird resolution. 1280 by 1024. Is that 16 by 10? Is that 16 by 10? Let me check real quickly. I kind of want to check now. Is that 16 by 10? So let me pull up aspect ratios real quick here. Because that seems like either a 16 by 10 or a 4 by 3 ratio. No, it's neither. What the hell race? The hell kind of... Because 1280 would be, in 4 by 3 would be 1280 by 960. 16 by 9 would be 1280 by 720. Right? What the hell would 1280 by 1024 be? The hell kind of aspect ratio is this? 5 by 4. 5 by 4. Apparently 1280 by 1024 is a 5 by 4 aspect ratio. What the hell uses a 5 by 4 aspect ratio? Because it's not like... I can't see them having pulled this number out of nowhere. Did they just go 4 by 3 is common, so what if we just make it one bigger? Like, where does 5 by 4 come from? That's what I want to know. Cause yeah, 1024, 256 times 4, right? That's 256 times 4. 1280 is 256 times 5. In hindsight, this should have been obvious. What the hell uses a 5 by 4 aspect ratio though? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. It's like, what the hell uses a 5 by 4 aspect ratio? Because that is not an aspect ratio I think I've ever seen in anything. And it just feels like, okay, I want to know now. Where has a 5 by 4 aspect ratio been used? Let's see. Common in large and media format photography with 6-inch by 7-inch cameras that have an actual size of 56 by 70 millimeters, which fits the common print paper size of 8 inches by 10 inches without cropping and is still in common use for prints from digital cameras. That's a strange aspect ratio to use for a display. 5 by 4. Why? complete with standard transparency option and high quality immersion thanks to its new Omnisphere system. Its default usage is monocle mode, where the screen is displayed in only one lens, but is capable of switching into double lens mode, allowing one to enjoy a fully immersive virtual world. Customer service is also excellent, with regular updates and complimentary software. I personally recommend the software Automatic Broad Interpretation. It allows you to select objects in front of you and provides easy access to information around them. It's reverse image search. So basically, it's just reverse image search. Basically, you're snapping you look at something, you snap a photo, and then you reverse image search to figure out what the hell the thing is. Remember when that actually worked? Do y'all remember when reverse image search actually worked before they stapled before it got an LLM stapled to it? I remember that. I'm pretty sure you do too, because it wasn't that long ago. It has already been selected as the standard equipment for CC Japan's online game, The World, R2. Plans for it to be used in other company projects are said to be in the works. It's a bit pricey with a suggested retail price of $420, but it's worth it. I can't wait for its release. You know, it's really funny that they're saying $420 is an expensive price for what is essentially an ultra-light mixed reality headset that can be taken outside and has a long battery life. Because if you wanted one of those nowadays, they don't make those, first of all. They don't make something like that. And second of all, if you did want something like that, it would cost at least triple what they're saying here. Man, we had weird ideas of what shit like this would cost, didn't we? Like, even before the AI bubble, this shit would have been way more than $420. The hell? Oh, you sweet summer child. Today marked the official launch of AST, short for Advanced Supersonic Travel. Since the use of Concords was abandoned more than 10 years ago, Japan and Europe have cooperated in developing the first usable AST model. The plane seats 250 people, possesses a cruising range of 10,000 kilometers, and can fly from Tokyo to New York in roughly 4 hours, a considerable reduction from the current 14-hour trip. Although a day trip to New York City is no longer a mere dream, to make this dream come true will still require some serious cash. The current price of a one-way New York ticket Tokyo is 3.2 million yen, or roughly $30,000. A round trip is double that. Enough to make the old expensive Concorde prices feel like pocket change in comparison. However, there appears to be no shortage of people desperately seeking tickets despite the high prices. The moment AST flights were announced, New Ace Airlines' phones began ringing off the hook with requests for tickets, causing the phone lines to become jammed. One NAA employee remarked that he just hopes his company can keep going at this rate. Honestly, I'm surprised that this actually got off the ground. And why? Okay. I'll tell you why. I'm surprised. Why this feels, again, kinda silly from a 2026 perspective. And it's not because of the idea of a supersonic airliner, because believe it or not, we're actually making real progress on fixing the most of the big problems with supersonic air travel, even if it will probably never become the standard for passenger air travel. It will probably never become the most common way to fly. But we are solving the problems, one of the biggest problems associated with it, the sonic boom. To the point where, honestly, by the end of the decade, I could see the ban on supersonic flight over land being lifted. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it's plausible. We've actually done a lot of work on that. Now, the reason why I am looking at this and kind of laughing is because Europe was involved. The only way something like this could have gotten off the ground, if you ask me, is you would need to have Europe asterisk. The asterisk meaning excluding France. Because as we have seen with the Future Combat Air System, which was supposed to be the brand new pan-European 6th generation fighter program, when shit goes wrong, the blame can almost always, with some kind of like cooperative pan-European project like this, the blame can almost always be pointed at Paris. The French break shit. Anytime there's like you see this and it fails, you can pretty much always blame it on the French. I have noticed that is a trend. The French aerospace industry are some of the worst. No, aerospace and defense industries are some of the worst people to try and work with, because what they will try and do is take any project where your country is cooperating with them and turn it into we shall do other work. We shall do other work, and then you will give us money for it, and you will get nothing from it except I can't do a French accent. Why am I even trying? Basically, they try and take what would be a cooperative project, which the person who has come to them is likely wanting to build up their own domestic industry to some extent. And the French are like, no, we're going to try and shift. Basically, we're going to try and stop any attempt at developing any sort of domestic industry and just turn it into you buy shit from us and we get it to you. You give us money and maybe you'll get a plane if we feel like it in 10 years. That is the French defense and aerospace industry in a nutshell. It is an extractive institution that makes false promises of cooperation to lure in suckers and then take their money. That is the French defense and aerospace industry so often, and it's to the point where they do that to their neighbors in Europe. You're not in Europe, and you think that somehow they're not going to screw you like that when you are in less of a position to retaliate than the Spanish, Germans, or British. You're fucking delusional. You're fucking delusional if you think that you're going to be able to... You're not going to get screwed by the French. Just look at what happened with Australia. It wasn't long ago that the word introvert referred to someone who would spend most of their day cooped up in their room playing an online game. But now advances in mobile technology have given birth to a new type of introvert, known as outdoor introverts, who play online games wherever they go. These people insist that they are healthier than their indoor counterparts because they spend more time outside, but their refusal to let go of their mobile devices, whether they're traveling to work or school, shopping, eating out, or even going on a date, is unnatural. One of these introverts, John Doe, a 20-year-old college student, says, "Nothing I do in the real world feels real. It's so much more satisfying to complete with a quest with your friends together online." For them, online games are more than just entertainment. If anything, their mealtimes and errands only serve as something to do in between game sessions. And now these people are outside, being introverts like it's completely natural. Old man yells at cloud!
人 と昔前ネットゲームで
I'm sorry, but that's what this article is. This old man yells at
しかし現在
cloud.
ではモバイル機器の向上によって屋外でもネットゲームに興じる新しいタイプの廃人が問題になっています。
I'm sorry, but this is old man yells at cloud. Incidents of players dying from playing online games for too long are increasing around the world. In most cases, players die from heart failure due to extreme exhaustion after playing a game for over 30 hours straight. One college student was enjoying a game in an internet cafe when he suddenly collapsed. He was taken to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead. The student was a well-known player in the online game The World, and was reportedly leveling up his character in preparation for a title match in the Arena, an online series of gladiator-like battles. There have also been incidents of players dying from too much excitement after losing an arena match, placing greater focus on the problem of online game addiction. The Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare announced today that according to the latest Japanese census, the number of ubiquitous families have surpassed 70% of the population. Ubiquitous is a Latin-based word meaning present everywhere. It refers to the third generation of computers. The first generation was mainframe, one computer per household, and the second was the personal computer, one for each family member. In the current, third generation, using a computer in daily life has become almost as natural as eating. We can connect to the internet without effort or even conscious thought, anywhere, anytime. Home electronics are now managed by a personal home server, and we are now able to watch over everything, from the contents of our refrigerator to the temperature of our bathtubs, programming TV shows onto HD recorders, and even checking if our doors are properly locked from any terminal anywhere, including our cell phones. Furthermore, progress made in voice and handwriting recognition has opened up computers to a more active, flexible method of working, and users are no longer ruled by a strict list of settings managed by a machine. While it comes as no surprise that the most active members of the ubiquitous family are in their 20s, what is surprising is the next largest group is made up of senior citizens. The ministry reports that the main reason for this is the added simplicity of such connectivity allows for the elderly in managing their homes. You know, to some extent, this is another one that has, to some extent, kind of come true. That last bit about old people, specifically. It's come true in a kind of shitty way because so much of it is run by one of three companies. But to an extent, there's some truth to it. There is some truth to things like, things like Google Home or, the Echoes and such. They do have utility for, especially the elderly, in keeping things orderly, in managing their lives, especially if you are somebody who has, for example, you're on a lot of medications, or has some kind of, some kind of medical issues or mental health issues, for example. It is still, but yeah, no, there is definitely. It's just like I said, the way it's come about that way is a little shit, because it's a very small number of companies have an inordinate amount of control over it. A meeting was held this week in Kazakhstan, Central Asia, about the greenhouse effect and cutting down greenhouse emissions such as carbon dioxide. Thanks to progress made in CO2 processing technology, the amount of CO2 released last year was down to 10% of what it was in 1990. However, the problem of global warming has yet to be fully resolved due to the expanding energy needs of former third world countries. This year marks the first time that 5 Japanese players will be playing in the MLB All-Star Game. Among them, 33-year-old Kyuji Nakasugi will be playing in the majors for the 4th consecutive year, and currently holds 2nd place for most home runs batted this season with 20 home runs so far. Nakasugi commented in his blog, saying that, "I'm very happy to have been chosen as an All-Star again this year. I hope you'll look forward to my home run contest." I've already seen this one. I've already seen that one. Oh, what do we got here? Starting this year, a private high school in the city will begin offering virtual academic courses. For the last 2 years, the school has been conducting VAC trials with physically disabled and hospitalized students. The process involves preparing a virtual classroom on a network, which the students attend via M2D displays. Virtual avatars based on students' actual appearances are assembled using CG. Students are even able to look out a virtual window. Instead of merely granting high school graduate qualifications, as most distance learning courses provide, the system's goals are to provide students with a real memory of school life. New global positioning system for cars that monitor real-time traffic information through a constant connection to the database of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transportation are now in widespread practical use. The new systems speak with the driver as naturally as a human and learn the driver's speech and behavioral patterns over time, enabling the systems to understand and set a destination even when the driver refers to vague terms such as the usual place or work. Furthermore, the systems are equipped with highway-specific auto-drive functions, allowing users to leave the driving entirely up to the GPS system. This is one of those things that came true and kind of a shitty way, and shouldn't, and kind of sucks that it did. Cause it's like, at this point, this is the kind of thing where you shouldn't be driving. If that's how you're going to be driving, you shouldn't be driving. People are kind of starting to realize this now, but they're going too far in the opposite direction, where they're trying to say, oh, we should make whole plate, everything should be totally car free. No. Because first of all, that's insane. Second of all, fuck you. And third of all, fuck you. But yeah, no, if this is how, it's like, this is the kind of, like this like self-driving shit like this, where it's more than just cruise control. Let me specify that. Advanced cruise control is a very useful thing for people who are driving long distances, for example. But this like thing where this whole idea of, oh, I'm gonna drive, I'm gonna be a passenger with a steering wheel. It enables really bad behaviors. It enables really bad behaviors, as we are seeing nowadays with things like, we're seeing nowadays, oh God. The belief that Japan was a safe society has long been destroyed. Now, a new study reveals that over 50% of parents want to have microchips embedded in their children's bodies to prevent them from getting lost or kidnapped. Currently, the safety chip from Horizont Incorporated is being widely distributed. The chip's size is less than half a grain of rice, and by scanning the area it's embedded in, usually the neck, with a special scanner, all the information contained in the chip can be easily downloaded. Once a chip is embedded, the embeddee can use it as they would a cell phone, in order to get cash, buy groceries, enter passwords, and so on. However, the chip can also be used to look up personal history and/or criminal record and pinpoint the embeddee's exact location using GPS technology. Furthermore, it is also possible to use the chip to pay for train tickets and highway tolls, and to send information to a computer or cell phone by pointing it towards them. However, many people are strongly opposed to implanting a chip into children who are unable to make their own decisions, calling parents who choose to do so egotistical and invasive, correctly by the way. In response to these complaints, Horizont Incorporated is developing a new model called a guard bangle, which is a bracelet with a chip embedded in it. But this option leaves itself wide open to theft, defeating the purpose of having one for safety purposes. Bullshit, this last part! Bullshit, this last part! Bullshit, this last part! If you told teenagers that, hey, we're gonna put a chip in your hand, or we're gonna put a chip in you that lets your parents snoop on you and see where you are at all times, they would not call that cool, no matter how you tried to sell it. Once the idea got spread that this was a way for your parents to snoop on you 24/7 and see where you are and what you're doing constantly, no teenager would would remotely want that. And also hide their chum pussy. I can see why over 80% say they regret it. It's exactly why 80% of them say they regret it. Players known as PKers exist in online games. They are player killers and exist and play the game in order to defeat other players. Victims of PKers often lose experience points and in-game currency, and many of them have given up playing online games due to the shock. When asked, most PKers will say things like, if it's allowed in the game, then it's not against the rules. Everyone's got different playing styles, or if you don't like it, go play a game that doesn't allow it. While it is true that many games do not allow, it is true that many online games do not allow PKing. However, on the other hand, when considering that players in non-PK games have far lower motivation than their PK game counterparts, we were talking about this earlier and how there's a good chunk of nuance lost in how .hack treats PK/PvP, treats PK/PvP players. In no small part because, like I said, PvP, when the first game came out in 2002? Yeah, the first game came out in 2002. PvP was already kind of an established thing in MMOs, and players already kind of were starting to put together rules and conventions around how, first of all, how it was, it was essentially etiquette. There was already sort of an etiquette being established to how PvP, around PvP, particularly around, so there's another term that you would see sometimes in Gmod. And I don't know how prevalent this was in MMOs because, like I said, never really got into MMOs. The gameplay style never really clicked with me. But there was a term that you would see in some Gmods, Gmod stuff called RDM, or Random Deathmatch. And I'm gonna bring it over because I'm sure there's an equivalent term in MMOs, but I don't know the term. It might be the same term, it might not, I don't know. But the point is, by the time .hack GU came out, there was already kind of a stigma against RDMing. And that's, and that's sort of like the nuance that's kind of lost here is PK or PvP is, that's one thing. But generally speaking, most MMO and other online game communities where you had mixed PvP and PvE player bases generally saw RDMing as, if a person was found out, if you found out that somebody was going around and if a player was caught RDMing players who didn't want to get involved with PvP, that would generally lead to that player getting ostracized. This was like this etiquette was already kind of being established that RDMing was considered bad manners and would get you ostracized from a lot of communities as a whole. And it's kind of weird seeing how that bit of nuance about the difference between PvP and, again, there's probably an actual term for it, but in MMO conventions, but the term I know is RDM. That distinction between PvP and RDM kind of gets lost. Crimson Versus, the popular online card game run by CyberConnect Japan, remains offline 6 months after efforts to expand the servers and conduct software updates. Crimson Versus is played together with The World R2. Players make a custom deck out of hundreds of different cards and pit them against other players' decks online. One of the main problems of this type of online card game is the fact that none of the cards a player gains actually exist. They're all just data uploaded to a server. Therefore, during long periods of downtime, such as the current one, players cannot use or even admire one's hard-earned collection. To that end, CyberConnect Japan has been flooded with requests from users to hurry up and resume the game's service. Fans of the game, ranging from elementary school students to adults, are even now eagerly awaiting the turn of their favorite pastime. Again, shockingly relevant article. Shockingly relevant article in 2026. In a game from 2006. This game is 20 years old. And this article that was written for the game as part of the background lore is shockingly relevant with, you know, the whole stop killing games movement and where you see it's the thing that's been going on in Europe for a while now of trying to create a legal requirement for companies running online games to have an end of service plan that lets players either continue playing the game offline or at least continue playing the game offline, or ideally start up private server instances for smaller groups of players to continue playing the game when the developer or publisher or whoever is responsible for it decides they no longer want to continue support for the game. This is kind of shockingly relevant now, even now, and that's weird. Like in this case, it's a service outage rather than end of service, but that is weird to see something that relevant in a game from 20 years ago. Existence of PK system. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't that mostly sort of weird for them? I'm going to talk a bit about PKs. The PK system was around since the days of Fragment, until it was abolished in the middle days of the world R1. It was a system that made the world really unique. Once PKs were abolished, players held protests at each of the root towns, and fan sites demanded PKs be brought back. Now, for the World R2, it's been brought back. It's got pros and cons, but players generally welcomed it when it first started. Lately, though, there's been a growing number of people who call for it to be abolished again. In the outside world, too, people are talking about whether it's morally correct to have a game where people kill each other. So, considering these things, I have a question. Does the world really need PKs? Give me your detailed answers. Thanks. Just like I was saying before, this is sort of like the establishment of PvP etiquette. This is kind of sort of like, talking about, I said before, the establishment of PvP etiquette. Caution. The purpose of this thread is not criticize PKing. Please don't flame or troll. I think the world definitely needs the system, even if I personally hate it. In network games with no PvP, you've no choice but to accept getting cheated or swindled by other players. But in the world, that system's there. If you use your brain, you can use it to protect yourself. So just from a self-defense point of view, it's a necessary system. I'm against this current system. I won't say that it's a bad idea in and of itself. However, I can't agree with a system that blames the victims and says that if you don't want to get into, you should do it first. For example, it could make some servers where it's allowed and others where it's not, or make it so that you can turn it off and on. If it's off, you can't get pulled into PvP and you can't pull others into PvP. Oh yeah. Like, I get keeping a game alive with offline servers or private servers, but what if people just don't play newer games and the old game is being played with private servers? Plus, what if a power outage happens? The thing is... Okay, so the thing with it is... that, okay. These are the arguments you have seen publishers try and make for why they should be allowed to completely render a game offline. However, they don't really hold up. They don't really hold up because we're already seeing where in Europe the legal, it's not really a law, mind you. It's not really a law in Europe. It doesn't really have legal force, but just the pressure from this, from this resolution that's being, advocated for, we're seeing developers start to try and implement some kind of end of service plan, and it doesn't really impact sales of new games. It might impact, or rather, it's hardly the biggest driver of a negative trend on new game sales. It's far less of an impact versus people just not having money for new games or new games being shit. Those are the really big drivers of people not playing newer games. Is either you can't afford, either you don't have money for new games, or the new games suck. Like let's just look at, for comparison, Forza Horizon 6. Because so far at least, it seems like Forza Horizon 6 has been a massive improvement. Actually, the whole Forza Horizon series is a great counter argument to what you are saying right now, Chibusi, because the entire Forza Horizon series has the kind of end of support plan that Stop Killing Games wants to become an industry standard. Ironically enough, the Forza Horizon series is kind of a great template for the sort of end of service plan, end of support plan that Stop Killing Games is trying to get implemented. Because every Forza Horizon game going back through the series, after online support for it ended, they're still playable offline. People, and Forza Horizon is not hurting for sales. Forza Horizon is absolutely not hurting for sales. That game sells like goddamn hotcakes, even though newer installments have all sold like goddamn hotcakes, even though 4 and 5 were kind of shit, and the older games are still playable offline even after the end of support for them. So that whole argument doesn't really hold up. It doesn't really hold up. What it reveals is, like I said, it reveals two things. It reveals a desire to make new games shitty and force people to play them even though they're shitty, or just that, people don't have money for newer games. And as for a power outage, I mean, if the game is still playable offline, does that really matter? Does that really matter if the game is still playable offline? Sure, a power outage on a private server might be a problem in that, oh yeah, you can't access that private server. Yeah, so much of the argument against against some kind of end of service plan for modern games comes down to a design. It comes down to publishers wanting to get away with enshittification. It is very much the whole core of the Stop Killing Games discourse is ultimately about enshittification. It's ultimately about enshittification. And so much of the argument of that a game should not, that a publisher should, on a whim, be able to cut off access to a game, even offline, mind you, even offline access to a game that a person paid money for, either the cost of the game itself or any in-game purchases at a whim, is very much the bean counters wanting to enshitify. That's really what that boils down to. That boils down to publishers wanting enshitification to be easier. Personally, think either way is fine. Even if you do get PK'd, it's not that big of a deal as it's within the game. So what? You lose some XP and the time you spent to get those points. At worst, you lose some items too, that's all. So do you really have to talk about who got PK'd and who did it? Naturally, if your dear character's got killed, it's gonna upset you, but it's just a game, right? I'm not saying you should enjoy it, but maybe take it a bit more lightly? It's not an issue of if it's necessary or not, right? That's part of the game. Look, I'm all for the system. I started playing the world because it had it. It's something that I wanted to experience. For someone who wants to play a game with that kind of system, such as myself, it's absolutely necessary to have one. But to be honest, I don't really care if the world has it or not. I'll go to whatever game has the best PvP. Lastly, I want to add a personal comment. To all you people who say that you hate it but still play the game, go play another game, I'm begging you. It's a mistake to have the system apply to the entire game. They say that the arena was created to calm down the whole controversy, but I think it's done the opposite. They should have made it so the system applied only to the arena and left the rest of the game PK free. People that don't want to get involved in PvP can stay away from the arena, and people who do want to do it go to the arena. That way both types of people would have been happy. It's the same thing for the trouble between guilds. Instead of killing each other in areas wherever there's a dispute, it'd be way better if you could solve it fairly in the arena. It's the way it should have been handled. I think the current problem was mostly born from the fact that the world's borderless, but it's not too late to fix things. Again, we're kind of seeing, this is kind of like a reenactment of how the etiquette around PvP in online games was built up. This is kind of like, this is sort of like a reenactment of the discussion around how the etiquette around PvP in online games got built up. And it's really interesting to see that in hindsight. I'm looking for an Olm shell. Just started, so I don't have much money, and I'm hoping to get one from some monsters and treasure chests. Where can I find it? Must be tough just getting started. Let me think. Go to this area below and break the barrels. I think you'll find... you don't got any money, but if you're... just be brave and you'll be fine. Good luck. Hey, new keyword. Nice. We'll have a look at that later. Epitaph Twilight? I heard a weird thing from a friend of mine. Is it really true that the world's been created on the epic poem Epitaph Twilight? And if it's true, what is that on the official page? Does anyone here know anything about this? I believe this is true. CC won't admit it, though. Well, that's the Epitaph of Twilight, right? I heard the Epitaph of Twilight was a fantasy-style story about a search for a dragon, but the main background story for the world is just about a bunch of guys fighting each other? I don't think that can be right. The previous version, R1, was definitely based around the poem. It said the words written on the altar in hooligans are proof of that. With regards to R2, the two event planners structured the game from scratch while incorporating as much of R1's atmosphere as possible. Excuse me, could you tell me your source? CC's e-zine. So, this is how I think it is. Fragment, based on the Epitaph of Twilight. R1, based on the Epitaph of Twilight. R2, CC's original scenario, partly based on the previous game. That e-zine has insider info from the developers? I figured it would just be mindless advertising. Damn, I underestimated them. Do you need to be a gold member to get that? Exactly. You need to have $30 cash in your online wallet, so be careful before you register. Wasn't there a guild that was collecting the Epitaph of Twilight and the Twilight Keys? What if they're still active? Don't hear anything about them anymore. So it's starting to look more and more like a bad rumor board. That was the Twilight Brigade. Now that you mention it, haven't heard a thing about them lately either. They used to be really active too. Wonder what happened. Maybe they broke up? Guild itself isn't around anymore. Seems they fell apart when their leader disappeared. But I heard that he came back to the world recently. Guess the former members are starting to get active again too. Mistakenly used a rare serrated edge nickel coin I bought at an auction to buy a rice ball. Good evening. This is Omega Rice. Wow, really? I wondered if that rumor board's gonna get busy again. If it gets to what it used to be like, I'll be posting here too. Bring on the Twilight Brigade. Sorry for the noob-like question, but what exactly is this Epitaph of Twilight and Twilight Key business? Oh, forgive my presumptions, but let me try to explain. Epitaph of Twilight was an epic poem posted on the internet for free. People say that the world of the World R1 is based on it. CC denies it though. The person who wrote the poem's dead now, and you can't see the website where it was originally posted anymore. Twilight keys are a legendary item said to grant the wishes of whoever's lucky enough to find it. Lots of players have been looking for it ever since the days of Fragment. Despite the fact that an extremely large number of people are looking for it, there's no reports of anyone ever seeing it. Lately, most people have just started to think it might be an urban legend since the information is so vague. I hope the explanation above has been useful. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go. I miss R1. Loving new things part of human nature, but so is loving old things. I want to go back into the area again with the I put my spirit into making. I want to play with my dear companion. The images of a drenched CC headquarters on the news, toasted servers standing there with despair, diligent petitions weren't answered, and CC announced the resignation of the R1 restoration. However, listen to this. Even so, the old warm-hearted me still wants to go back. I hope they hear me and bring back our dear old world. I want them to bring back R1 too. It's not that I hate R2, but I have more memories with R1. Damn, who started that fire anyways? So, was R1 really that great? Isn't everyone exaggerating a bit? R2's a way better system. How do I put it? That doesn't matter. It's just not the same. I started playing from R2, so I don't understand why everyone makes such a big deal about R1. So, here's my question. If R1 was brought back or remade or whatever, what would you do? The reason I don't want to lose the characters I built up in R2, but I also want to play R1. I'd like to play both, but I don't have much money. I'm not clever enough to play both at the same time, so I guess I just wind up playing R2. Basically, I'd keep playing R2 just like Applestar. Can't see myself playing both. But if we got our old character data back, I might just quit R2 and play R1 instead. Interesting. Ooh, but we'll come back to that in a moment. There's a lot of stuff there we can dig into. There. But for now, let's actually go back into the world. R2, a dazzling twilight dream. Anything here that we want to grab first? A description of the world. I'm guessing, yeah. Yeah, this is like lore stuff for the actual, for the game within the game. And so on. Let's see. Factions, Arvakov, Ogmios, and Tutates. Threats, jobs, info. Yeah, this is like basically MMO conventions and such that you would see. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think this part of the internet. Yeah, it did. It did definitely die off, Chumbussy. It's just because of how social media kind of ended up absorbing everything. That's ultimately what it is. It's because of how social media ended up kind of absorbing everything, and everybody just migrated onto using the same 3 sites. And the thing is, as much as some people wish you could, you're never gonna be able to return all the way to what it was like back then. But I can see a new version, a new paradigm coming in the new. I can very much imagine. I can very much see there's going to be like a new paradigm in the future that's kind of like a synthesis of the way things were before social media and the modern social media internet landscape. I sometimes I call it the airport. I am not going to be like the person behind it, but I call it the airport model. I call it the airport model, where you're going to have basically hubs, which are what our current like big, you know, the big platforms like social media and such are. And then you're going to have branching little, you know, smaller sites and forums and such branching out from those hubs that are going to be more niche. And that's probably I think is the way things are going to move in the future. But for now, an ad break is starting. So if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, or anything of that sort, now's the time to do it. And I will see y'all when it's over. And we are back. So let's get back into this now. Everything's gone. My items, my member list, my equipment, gone. It's all gone.
何もかもキャラデータまで
Whole character's been completely reformatted.
ねえさっきの人見た見た変な腕ね
腕 オーバーあいつなら何か知っているはずだ
Ovan would know something about this. Ah. All right, let's get moving then. And you know, I understand where the pessimism comes from, Chambusi, but the thing is, we're already kind of starting to see the correction from that happen. And whether you like it or not, there's always just going to be that percentage of the population. There's always going to be that percentage of the population that want to be functionally cattle, that don't want to have to think about things, that don't want to have to, you know, that don't want to put in any sort of effort. Which is, again, like I said, they want to functionally be cattle. That's not a new phenomenon. It's just more visible than it used to be.
よく見てこようかな
Before brain rot slop on TikTok or Instagram or whatever, I mean, before that, it was reality TV. Before that, you can just keep going down the list. This is not a new phenomenon in the slightest.
でもなんかいけすかない感じだったぜ。お前、ああいうのが好みなの？
どこ行った？
この先の路地にいた気がするけど。
So, and it's not a phenomenon that started recently, and it's not a phenomenon yeah, I know. Yeah, like I said, it's not a new phenomenon. That's my point is though, is that it's not a new phenomenon, and it's not a phenomenon that started recently, and it's not a phenomenon that's going to end anytime soon either. Honestly, it's one of those examples of, you know, time is a flat fucking circle, and it will keep coming back again and again and again. There are people who there's just a group, there's a type of person who wants to live as passively as possible, with, you know, thinking about as little as possible and putting in as little effort as possible, and just wants to coast through life. That's not a new phenomenon at all.
だよな。やっぱある程度の手応えがないとね。
ですよね。弱っちい奴らばっかりじゃ腕がなまっちまいますしね。
そこで言うと、この前のマルチウェポンは相手にとって不足なし。
あいつ狙うんすか？
当たり前だろうが。このまま黙って引き下がるなんて真似。このボルドー様にはできやしないんだよ。
はあ。
And also, the reason why that's happening is just because a new iteration of that phenomenon comes into existence doesn't mean the old iterations stop. Like, so AI Fruit Island and Love Island are just, again, they're a continuation of that old phenomena, of that old iteration of reality TV, co-opting some of the newer, you know, some of the elements of the newer versions of it, like brain rot shorts, and using them to refine to basically and using them to create a more refined version of themselves.
あれ君初心者
そうなの？びっくりしたよね。驚かせてごめんね。
ふざけるな。誰が初心者だ。俺は死の恐怖。
死の恐怖？
それってもしかして有名な PKK のハセオ？
ああ、そっか。PKK か。どっかで聞いたことあるって思ったんだよな。でもそれって派生用だった気がするぞ。
そうだっけ？
そうだよ。
な、俺が本物の PKK のハセオだ。
Nobody's gonna believe you, Haseo.
そういうことはもう少しレベル上げて。
Hey, Chimbussy, do you want to know what it would be like to have a stake driven through your eye and to dig through your soft little brain meats until nothing but mush is left? Or rather, I should say, do you want to know what it's like to be the average AI Fruit Island viewer? Because that's a service that can be provided. You can be like one of the other thousands of lobotomites, coasting through life, nothing going on between their ears. That can be arranged, you know. They don't believe you.
初心者さんなら僕らがいろいろ教えてあげるよ。
They don't believe you,
こ
bro.
う見えてもオイラたちは初心者支援ギルドのカナー
You
ドに
lost
所属してるんだ
everything.
な。
You have lost.
一人前のプレイヤーになるために必要なゲームの基本知識を教えるギルド。
You ever want to play it and get bed and wake up and your internet's down? You just sit there because you have work and then the internet comes up
ア
and
ドレスをあげなくちゃね。受け取って。
because you have work. No, I am familiar with that feeling. I'm familiar with that feeling of, oh, hey, there's a thing you want to do. You haven't been able to do it for one reason, and now now that reason is gone, but now you have a new reason you can't do it. Yeah, that's a very familiar feeling. I know exactly what that's like. That's not a new that's not a new feeling at all to me. I know exactly what that's like.
変なのに絡まれちまったな。結局オーバーも見失ったし、とにかく今は一刻も早くレベルを上げて元の死の恐怖に戻らないとな。仕方ねえ。ちょっとだけこいつらに付き合ってやるか。
Yeah, I know, Haseo, you've lost everything.
必ず承認してくれるわけじゃないんだよ。
Yes, we know how this
ちゃんと
works.
聞いてた？
聞いてた聞いてた。
本当に？
本当だって。んなことよりいろいろ教えてくれるんだろ。ほら、とっとと次の授業に行こう。
オイラたちのパーティーに参ってカオスゲートをするんだぞ。
I'm sorry, but I look at Gaspard and the way he was, the way he talks, and the way he's like posing while he's doing that. I don't know who the voice actor. I didn't see who the voice actor for Gaspard was. They probably said it in the opening credits, but that cadence combined with the animations, combined with their animations, just makes me think of Kepra Gebra from Ocarina of Time. You know, the fucking owl that pisses off, that everybody always goes on about how much they hate the owl. He reminds me of that owl. He reminds me of Kepra Gebra. Yep. They're still teaching us game mechanics, I see. Okay, use the warp point. To the dome. You told me you'd go on Love Island for the giggles. Oh god, that sounds horrible. That sounds absolutely horrible. Ugh. Hello, you finally see an Uggo. Yes, I know how keywords work. Peaceful leading freedom. Okay. We have another one as well that we got a while back. This was for the Olm shells that Applestar was talking about. And this is the one they're gonna make me go to. It's not even follow, just farm viewers. Yeah, I don't see that one going well for you at all, though, is the thing, Chambusi. That's not gonna go nearly as well as you think it is. Why is that, Gaspard, huh?
PKK の死の恐怖でログインしたらレベルが133から1にダウンしてたっていうの？嘘だ。そんなバグ。
Yeah, they're not gonna believe you, bro.
嘘じゃない。
と言われてもね。
ガスパー、きっとそういうロールなんだよ。
そっか。
I told you they're not gonna believe you.
ロールとかじゃ大丈夫。僕らはパセオのロールを否定しないよ。
安心してついてくるのだ。
そうじゃねえっつってるだろ。
They're not gonna believe you. I don't know why you keep pushing it. Oh yeah, those are kind of cool looking. That's a really nice revision. Yes, I know how the fucking skill trigger works. Are you gonna?
ハセオって初心者。
だから違うってんだろ。
じゃあ実際にやってみようか。
Yeah, no, I don't think you understand. They're not gonna believe you.
あいつらと戦うんだぞ。
スキルトリガーを使うの忘れないでね。
You see, Chambusi, we have a word for that. It's called narcissism.
やっちゃうぞ。
Okay. Oh, okay. They really cleaned up the skill menu compared to. I mean, the two are not necessarily mutually exclusive. The two of those are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Yeah. They don't believe you. They don't believe you, and you're not gonna convince them. No, they won't. Okay, nothing on the map here. Yeah, oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. I'm not saying you have like narcissistic personality disorder, but that is a fundamentally narcissistic desire. Yes. That is indeed a fundamentally narcissistic desire. God. Again, there's also like kind of a meta level to this as well of, you know, the obnoxious tutorial that tells you like the most baby level stuff that you already know about. It feels weird as hell. I mean, most people have some level of narcissism. Let's be honest here. Unless you have very and extremely consistently poor self-image, like I'm talking beyond depression, because depression comes with its own sort of narcissism. But unless your self-image is so unbelievably, is extremely poor and consistently poor, almost everyone has some level of narcissistic behaviors. That's just a fundamental fact of life. This is what I'm saying, Chibusi. That poor self-esteem and narcissistic behavior are not mutually exclusive. Oh my God! They really are basically doing the, hey, did you pay attention during the beginning of the game? Oh, hey. There's another path here. Okay. What do we got? Oh, new enemies. Actually, I think this is a new mechanic. This is a new mechanic. Well, let's see what this actually is. Okay. You know, this makes sense on multiple levels that Haseo doesn't know about that. On one hand, you know, again, on a meta level, it's a new game mechanic that you're not familiar with, but also it makes sense in character with how much Haseo plays solo. Apologize for what? I was just saying that's how people work. That, you know, everyone has some level of narcissistic behavior to them. Or almost everyone does. To the point where, frankly, if you have none at all, it's not only odd, but arguably a cause for concern. Because if you never have any sort of like even tinge of arguably narcissistic behavior, it is very much arguably a cause for concern. It suggests that you are not in a good place. Oh, hey, doors. One of the traps found in the dungeon. They can be inserted by inserting energy known as chim spheres. And we need, did we get those from Chim Chims? I don't have any, so I'm gonna have to get Chim. Wow. You really just can't escape the Elder Scrolls, can you? You just can't escape the Elder Scrolls, can you? There is no escape from Chim. And then this is another Steam door that we can't currently access. So we would need 10 chim spheres to get those doors open. Ah! This is a chim chim. If we kick them, we get the thing. I was wondering if this was gonna come into play or not. Okay, we've got enough now. We're probably gonna want to farm a few more, just so that we have them. But hey, we're actually getting somewhere now. 22, let's go. If we get another one of those yellow ones, that's probably will be enough for us then. I don't care about you. Give me the yellow ones. There we go. King Chim. Okay, let's see what we got here then. Yep, open this steam door. That leads to another steam door. So it's actually a good thing we did get a bunch of these already. Oh, hello. Come on. Was there anything in this room, I wonder? I got some money out of that, but I think that was it. Okay. So let's go check the other door out, see if there's anything on that. That's the way we need to go. Let's go see what's behind this other steam door then, shall we? Good, we still have like 20 of the damn things too. That way is a branch path that leads off somewhere else. Hit him with the blade, hit him with the skill. Oh. Okay, so we can't get them to do like, you know, in IMOQ, where they'll just use skills on their own. Or rather, they already do that, I'm guessing, is the thing here. I'm guessing that's the thing here, is they already do that on their own. Well, so I see morale is a thing. How does that work with awakening again? So I need the bar to be. I think I need the bar to be full. Sit down. Bonk. Okay. So we're leveling up. We're getting some money so that. Let me check something real quickly. Items. Equipment. That's the one I wanted to check. Okay. I was wanting to see how this all came together is all. Yeah. So we've got weapons and armor as before. So nothing really new there. So it does seem like there aren't quite as many pieces of armor as the first game, which I did like that actually. I did like that in the first games. Well, no, it's the first game because honestly, IMOQ and GU, it's both, they were released as 4 games, but really it's just one big game that's all connected together. Objects, treasures, and trap boxes. Okay. Regular item boxes have different appearances, treasures, and then trap boxes rattle. Okay. Oh, we don't have the fortune wire as a thing anymore. It's gonna be, it's apparently a minigame now? Okay. So first we're gonna break this, of course. Health drink. Let's see, which one was the trap box? That was the trap box, okay. Simple bracelet. Press the buttons on the screen. Oh! We fucked it up! Okay, but I see how that works now. So instead of the item that you'd use in IMOQ to disable traps, there's like a little, almost like a rhythm game now. Interesting. Oh, hey there, Haz. What story is that? What story you got from that? But what kind of Appalachian military story did you hear? What kind of Appalachian military story did you hear, Haz? Okay, so these are fire going off of the previous, back. Oh, it is. Okay, good. It's the big one. Kill that one. Excellent. And we get a coworker used to be in the military. Had a pair of buddies from the area. One whose first pair of shoes were his that doesn't even surprise me. That doesn't even surprise me. Well, Buddy gets married relatively young, 21 years old. Okay. I don't know where the rest of this is going, but I'm already kind of thinking, is this going to be a certain unit? Oh. Coworker and his friend go over to Buddy's house. It's a small marriage. Congrats. Okay. I feel like this is gonna turn. I'm just waiting for the turn, Haz. Mm-hmm. Some way through conversation while wife is cooking, she turns to him. Hey, look at me. And lives right. Oh. You know? She pulled an Assassin's Creed. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, that. I knew it was gonna turn. I knew it was gonna turn at some point. I didn't know when, but I knew there was gonna be a turn on that. Oh boy. That is not the turn I was expecting, but I get the feeling that way you're continuing the story, this is going to get worse. With the way you're saying this. Oh no, it is going to get worse. It's actively getting worse as we're here. Wife leaves room, okay. I don't like where this is going. I don't like where this is going, but I can't stop now. It's like watching a train wreck. Comes back a few minutes later in lingerie.
なんだっけそれ
Oh. Okay. That is that is a hell of a story. That is a hell of a story. That is not something I was expecting to hear about today. Like I said though, once you started, you had to finish. Cause it's like a train wreck. You don't like where it's going, but you have to see it through. You have to see it through to the end. Jesus Christ. Things got weirder after he oh God. Oh God. Yeah. But I'm guessing the friend who said it got weirder told him anyways. Oh no. Okay. Okay.
ある PK の通称だ。
知らないな。
ない。
You know? When you said Appalachia, I knew it was gonna be some bullshit. I was not when you said Appalachia and military, I knew it was gonna be some bullshit. I was not ready for it to be that genre of bullshit, Has. I was not ready for it to be that particular brand of bullshit.
「これがサニワの神フォルセトの像だよ。僕らは獣人像って呼んでるけど。
宝箱が備えてあるぞ。ハセオが開けるといいよ。
I swear to God, if this is gonna be a repeat of what happened at the beginning of the game. Oh, would you look who it is? Would you look who it is?
ケストレルだ。
なんなのこの人たち。
It's exactly who you think it is, Gaspard. It's exactly who you think it is.
だってこんな時に。
しばらく見ないうちにずいぶんしょぼくれちゃったのね。死の恐怖様だと気づくのに時間かかっちゃったわよ。
本物？
Yeah, no. I knew there was gonna be some moment where they had to finally believe him. I did not think it was gonna happen this quickly. I did not think it was gonna happen this like this. I was gonna happen this quickly, but it was gonna happen like this.
匿名のメールで教えてくれた人がいてさ、遊びに来ちゃった。何して遊ぶ？とりあえずズタズタに愛してあげる。
Oh my God.
なんだかよくわからないけど、乱暴なことはやめ。カッパー。
Yeah,
邪魔
no.
するからさ。
これはなんだ？
Oh? Oh?
どうなってんだ？
Don't tell me it's gonna be like one of those things where, yeah, oh, it's gonna be one of those things where we get like a bit of what Haseo was like before he ran into Tri-Edge, isn't it? Also, Has, you missed it earlier, but we were actually I was actually talking a lot about kind of how at the same, how at the same time that the Dot Hack games were coming out was actually like around, when a lot of the etiquette and conventions surrounding PvP and online games were getting established. Or rather, that's what's getting, we're kind of become established. Bro, she's gonna whoop your ass. I don't know what you think. She is a main character. What do you think is gonna happen? Also, the mannerisms, like when we first got introduced to these three right here, by the way, we first get introduced to them in a cutscene where Haseo whoops their ass for the first time, and I was just thinking, the mannerisms that they show them, they kind of show them with, reminds me of Kuze from Yakuza 0, who, it's like Congo said, Kuze is probably the most realistic depiction of an actual Yakuza. Because the guy is just a thug. Like, Kuze is just a thug. There's no honor, there's no nobility to him or any of that. He is a greedy individual who uses violence to take what he wants from other people, not because, even when the alternative would be easier. There we go. He's a greedy individual he is a greedy narcissist who uses violence to take what he wants, take things to take from other people, even when the alternative is easier, because the violence is the point. Yeah, no, there's something going on here. Yeah. What is it? What is it?
あんたみたいなやつに名乗った覚えはないんだけど。
噂通りの機関棒って感じね。
何？あんた俺のファン？
What are you, a groupie?
残念ながらガキは趣味じゃないの。
あ、そう。そりゃよかった。俺もおばさんには興味ない。
おば。
I knew it was coming.
趣味じゃないとか。言い回しがどっかおばさん臭い。
I knew what was coming here.
こう見えても私は。
私は？
You're what?
出直した方が良さそうね。
ご勝手に。
You're very pointy.
一つだけ忠告しておくわ。
And very pink.
ハセオ、あなたの PC には危険な力が秘められている。
You are very pink.
危険な力?
And I know that we'll be seeing you again.
自分の PC から
Just by looking at you, I know we'll be seeing you again. Probably very soon, too.
まあいいわ。
As if it's trying to... So, again, I kind of know where this is going, which makes that warning a little weird for me. That foreshadowing a little weird for me. I kind of already know where this is going because, like I said, I never actually played the Dot Hack games when they were out because, like a dumbass, I thought they were turn-based RPGs, which is a genre I don't really click with. But I did catch snippets of Haseo's narrative arc. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that, Gaspard. Because that messed up data might be useful for dealing with Tri-Edge.
俺の探してる敵も
Because you say my enemy's not normal either.
敵？
あの女の言う危険な力とやらが役に立つなら
Well, we're gonna put it to use.
この PC を使い続ける。
なんだか大変そうだけど頑張って。
そういえばさっきの人、月の木の人。
I'm wondering, does that mean we need to get out of here as well? That's what I'm wondering. I was like, do we need to get out of here as well?
嘘も何も。あのおばさんは月の木に通報したなんて言ってない。
She's never said she'd actually called them.
はったりか。作詞だな。
Wait, what? What, Gaspard?
こんなにのんびりしてていいのかな。さっきの PK が戻ってきたら大変だよ。
Well, then you're going to get quite the show, Gaspard. That's what's going to happen. Based on whoever she was and what she said, you might end up getting quite the show. That's probably what's going to end up happening there.
あのさ。
ん？
月の木に保護してもらったら？
Probably because if Moontree finds out what we're doing, it's not going to end well for anyone involved. That's the answer.
PK 廃止を訴えてるギルドなんだ。
ギルドぐるみで PK 被害者へのフォローとかしてるんだって。
That's the answer to that one right there.
月の木って。
Oh, those two.
あんな頭の固そうな奴らの保護を受けろって？冗談。あんな説教臭い連中に守られるくらいなら。
They're right behind you, Haseo. They are literally right behind you.
慈善団体。
ハセオ？
どうした？
お前、いつから？
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
なんだよ。
No, I don't. Wait.
ハセオさん、あなたは月の木のことを何一つ分かっていません。私たちはザ・ワールドをもっと楽しくしたいだけ。もっとみんなで。
Every time they say the world, I'm just imagining with like the vine boom and then Dio shows up on screen.
大事にできるようになりたいんです。
Every time they say that, that's all I can think of. It's just the vine boom and then you see Dio on screen.
私たちはただみんなでよりよく変わっていきたいだけ。お説教なんかじゃないんです。分かっていただけますか、ハセオさ
ん。お前なあ。
これ受け取ってください。
What is it? Oh, okay. Sure, I guess.
私、月の木のこと精一杯ご説明します。
Yeah, it's not gonna work, Atali.
私たちのこと。
I understand what you think you're doing here. It's not gonna work nearly as well as you think.
っていうか、拒否権なしかよ。
No, you don't. No, you don't.
なあ。
That's.
お前、どうして俺が俺だって分かったんだ。前とは全然違うのに。
だって、
I guess it's because you're still you.
確かに最初は分かりませんでしたけど、すぐにハセオさんだって気づきましたよ。榊さんが呼んでるんで、私もう行きますね。次もたくさん月の木のこと教えてあげます。
Right.
今のって月の木の人？
That was
月の木のメンバーと親しければ PK たちも
That was a bit of a goofy moment.
にしても顔は同じなのに
I am wondering when we're going to see Shino again, because I know she comes up later. Again, I've seen bits and pieces of the GU series, both the games and the, like I said, and, a lot of the, dot hack, and like I said, I didn't watch any of it in order, but I am generally, until recently, when I saw Sign in order, but I am generally to some extent semi-familiar with some, with the dot hack anime stuff as well. Dot hack animes as well. So, I'm not coming at this completely blind, which makes things strange at times. But I'm thinking this is where we're gonna call it for tonight. I know we didn't do much this time because we spent a lot of time mostly just reading. Reading the actual, reading the the in-game forum stuff and such. But we'll come back and try. We'll come back and try and make more. We'll come back and make more progress in the future. But for now, though, let's see who's on. We can go say hello to, shall we? Who's on? We could say hello to. Who's on we could say hello to right now? Let's see. And who have we not rate? Tanuki's on. And they're doing commissions. Let's see, who else? Botanic Sage is on, playing Mario Kart. Shimada's playing Mahjong. Oh, hey. Jean's playing more Quake. Nikto's playing... You know what? Oh, hey, Nikto's playing Mechanicus, too. So, you know what? Let's go say hi to Nikto. Let's go see what he's up to. Shall we? As always, you want to see what I'm up to off stream? These are all the places you can find me. And let me get the raid message for all the Twitch people while I'm at it. There we go. And I think that only leaves one thing to say now. If you're new here, well, I hope to see you again. And if you've been here before, pretty sure you already know what it is. But until we return,